Chapter 525. Xiao Qin had a grave expression. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips as he controlled the spiritual liquid to pour it down. He did not hesitate at all. Xiao Qian's expression did not change, he showed no fear. He was resolute and decisive. There was only one thought in his mind, to break through the bottleneck that ordinary people had been stuck for 10 or 20 years in one go. This was because Xiao Qin was not an ordinary person. He was not. He was not. He was a one-in-a-million genius. He was the white-robed bladesman who had never been defeated. He was the peak genius of this budding age of geniuses who could contend with the heavens. In this age of geniuses, geniuses from all walks of life were like the stars in the sky. There were countless heroes from all walks of life, like carps crossing the river. Cultivators were hot-blooded and had lofty aspirations. In this age of geniuses, they could endure the loneliness and the temptation. They dared to fight with the heavens, with the earth, with men. How could they show any fear? Boundless hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. They only asked the heavens one question: will I, Xiao Qin, reach the peak? If the heavens do not answer, then I will break the heavens. Will I, Xiao Qin, reach the peak? Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously in the Qi whirlpool. The shock waves caused his internal organs to sustain severe injuries. However, Xiao Qin did not relax or have any intention of giving up. When the last clump of spiritual liquid fell into the Qi whirlpool, the entire Qi whirlpool exploded into primal chaos. Pure spiritual energy surged out and spread throughout Xiao Qian's body. He immediately felt refreshed. The injuries in his chest were all healed in an instant. Xiao Qin waited until the chaos slowly regained its clarity. He sank his consciousness into the purple Qi whirlpool. At this moment, half of it was gaseous, while the other half was a crystalline purple crystal. Superior Grade Martial King. I succeeded. Xiao Qin opened his eyes joyfully, and they gleamed. His eyes were as clear as crystal, they were incomparably bright in the white fog. Xiao Qin opened his mouth and sucked in all the white fog and spiritual dew in the room. The martial Tao is difficult. My path is even more difficult than that of ordinary people. However, I managed to break through to superior grade martial king. Xiao Qin said softly with a faint smile on his face as he sensed the pure and explosive yuan qi within the purple crystal cyclone. Pushing open the door, Xiao Qin headed straight for Lang Yu's room. There were 2 refined mid-grade secret treasures waiting for him there. Lang Yu took out the black leather gloves from the cauldron. When she saw Xiao Qin enter, she immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded. You did not die from the explosion of the spirit-gathering pearls." Xiao Qin was in a good mood, so he did not mind Lang Yu's teasing. He took the black leather gloves and blood-flame shoes from Lang Yu and put them on. Xiao! Before Lang Yu could introduce the wondrous uses of the 2 new secret treasures, the 2 of them felt a chill descend from the sky at the same time. This chill passed through the windows and entered their bodies, making them feel very cold. Something's happened. Xiao Qin was shocked. The big event that he had predicted might really happen. The 2 of them quickly went out and looked up. They saw the distant horizon. A scarlet full moon had appeared at some point in time. It slowly rose and broke through the pitch-black demonic clouds, sending down a boundless light. Roar! 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 Loud roars came from the deep-sea battlefield, sounding like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. The sound waves were vast and mighty. Even from far away, they could feel the air trembling. Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. He looked at the rising scarlet moon in the sky and muttered, "Scarlet moon, this is a real scarlet moon. What's going on?" Lang Yu's expression did not change. She said calmly, "This is the demonic spirit scarlet moon. Once a demon appears, its strength will increase significantly. The blood in its body will surge, becoming ferocious and berserk. It is very difficult to deal with. Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "Then why are you not reacting at all?" Ling Yu smiled and said, "What reaction can I have? However, when this light shone on me, my strength increased by at least 20%. What causes the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to appear? Do you know what it means?" Xiaochen asked Ling Yu. She was an advanced demon. She should know some of the secrets behind this. When the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea returned to rest at the same time, Xiaochen had already felt that something was wrong. Indeed, in less than half a month, this mysterious Scarlet Moon rose into the sky. Ling Yu shook her head and said, "The demonic spirit Scarlet Moon exists in the starry heavens and during the demonic calamity, demons will use the blood of 10,000 virgins to summon the demonic spirit Scarlet Moon to strengthen the demons. If no one summons it, it will appear once every 3,000 years. After that, it will appear every month for about half a year. As for what it means, you will know very soon." At this moment, all the cultivators on the divine dragon worship felt that icy chill. They all rushed out of their rooms and were astonished when they saw the Scarlet Moon in the distance. Many figures leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the deep-sea battlefield. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Xiaochen followed the crowd and rushed forward as well. He wanted to see what was happening. The edge of the giant ship, which was also the direction of the bow, was already filled with people. As they got closer, they could hear the roars of the demon dwellers even more clearly. Xiaochen floated in the air and looked ahead. He could not help but frown. 3 huge pillars of light soared into the sky from the 3 outpost islets in front. Talisman scripts appeared around the pillars of light, linking the formations on the 3 outpost islets together and forming a barrier flickering with blue light. Behind the barrier, there were countless demonic humans gathered. All 18 types of demonic humans had gathered together, and the number of each type of demonic humans was extremely large. The iron demons with the strongest defense were at the very front. They acted as meat shields among the demons. 4,000 iron demons lined up like a human wall. They blocked all the ancient demonic energy cannons from the 3 outpost islets with their bodies. Behind the iron demons was an unending chain of flaming clouds. The red flaming clouds were more than 5,000 meters long. Many fire demons stood on top of them, sending all sorts of strong attacks at the barrier. Behind them were ice devils, winged devils, ghost race, blood devils. All 18 kinds of devils were present. They gathered together and let out heaven-shaking roars. They were like an army as they ferociously attacked the blue barrier. Under the unceasing attacks, the blue barrier that supported the sky began to ripple like water mist. If this continued, the barrier would be broken sooner or later. Once the divine dragon worship was destroyed, the 3 outpost islets would fall, which would directly threaten the divine dragon worship. Once the divine dragon worship was destroyed, the 3rd grade battlefield would go out of control. The millions of humans on the islands behind would have to migrate. The losses would be immeasurable. How can it be like this? The demons in the periphery and the inner area have all gathered together. All of them are at least 20% stronger than usual. This won't do. If this continues, the outpost islets will fall sooner or later. We will also lose the divine dragon worship. We will all lose our lives. Where are the divine dragon palace's people? Why do I not see them? Where did they go? Are you stupid? The elites of the divine dragon palace are all in the core islands, guarding the high-ranked demons. Otherwise, how would we have the opportunity to hunt demons in the periphery and inner area? Any high-ranked demon would be able to kill us. Xiaochen was not the only one who thought of the consequences of losing the outpost islets. The many cultivators on the divine dragon worship thought of it as well. Xiaochen, you are right. If we were still in the inner area, we would not be able to stand here. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Qin in the air, he immediately flew over. He said with a cautious expression, "What should we do? Should we retreat in advance?" I think several people are thinking the same thing. They are already making preparations. Xiao Qin looked around and discovered that this was indeed the case. The people at the front of the warship had already disappeared. These people had all flown into the air, their eyes flickering as they retreated far away. Such a phenomenon was no exception. There was life and death in the experiential training. However, there was still a chance of survival. If the outpost islets fell, the demons would attack. Under the illumination of the blood moon, there would be no hope of survival against the demons, whose strength had increased explosively. Furthermore, there was a large number of them. Furthermore, the survival of the Divine Dragon Palace did not have much to do with these people. It was not their own sect, so there was no need to throw their lives away. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "There is no rush." Although the inner sect experts of the Divine Dragon Palace are on the core islets, don't forget about the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters, the Western Sea's 7 knights, and the Eastern Sea's little dragon king. They are all half-step martial monarchs and above. 10-odd half-step martial monarchs are a significant force. I believe that the Divine Dragon Palace summoned them back for this. Bai Lishi analyzed the situation and felt that Xiao Chen's words made sense. He chuckled and said, "I was the one who panicked. If that is the case, this is a fortuitous encounter for us." To the weak, it would be pretty good if they could preserve their lives in such a dangerous situation. However, to the strong, as long as there was a chance to fight, the endless number of demons would be a large number of points, an endless source of wealth. Confidence appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. A faint light appeared in his eyes. He had a resolute expression and said calmly, "That's right. With so many demons, it would take a lot of effort to find them. Now that they are all gathered together, we can save a lot of effort. If this is not a fortuitous encounter, what is?" During the instant Xiao Chen spoke, a strong aura spread out from his body. Bai Lishi, who was beside him, immediately felt pressure. This was because Bai Lishi had just advanced to superior grade martial king. His essence was vast and pure, but he had not tempered it carefully. Hence, he could not control the spiritual energy as he wished. After a period of time, after tempering his essence, such a situation would not occur. Bai Lishi said in shock, "Xiao Qin, you advanced to superior grade martial king." Xiao Qin had a deep gaze and a resolute expression. He nodded and said, "Yes, I just advanced. I already made a great vow on this battlefield. I will not leave until I advance to half-step martial monarch." Dong! 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 As the two spoke, the rumbling of horses' hooves came from behind. The neighing of horses mixed with the sound of hooves, sounding like thunder. When the sound reached everyone's ears, their minds buzzed. Their qi and blood surged involuntarily, and they had to circulate their energies to cover their ears. Chapter 526. What a strong horse! Unexpectedly, it can achieve such might with just its voice. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw a scarlet warhorse galloping over from the distance. The warhorse had a golden horn on its head and a ferocious, glowing red light in its eyes. The fur on its body glowed scarlet. As it galloped, its fur bounced up and down. There was a faint flicker of light. Along the way, there were countless blurry scarlet horse figures, making it impossible to determine the horse's true position. A person wearing purple battle armor and a purple dragon cloak stood on the warhorse. He held a 2-meter-long halberd in his hand. This person carried an overwhelming fighting spirit as he rushed to the bow of the warship. His sharpness was unstoppable. There seemed to be a formless tyrannical aura coming from his Tianmen acupoint, splitting the black demonic clouds above him in half. It's the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian. That is his mount, a rank 8 mixed-blood demonic beast, the royal dragon horse. Startled cries came from the crowd. When they saw Xianyuan Zhantian arrive in an instant, they all made way for him, opening a path for him to jump off the warship without any obstruction. Bang! 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 The royal dragon horse stepped on the scarlet sea like it was on flat ground. Its 4 hooves kicked up a huge splash. There were no longer any obstructions when it leaped into the scarlet sea. The royal dragon horse moved at full speed, like a tornado. It instantly reached Mach 4 and arrived at the outpost islets in the blink of an eye. However, the royal dragon horse did not slow down at all. It continued to charge forward ferociously. Finally, the royal dragon horse roared ferociously and carried Xianyuan Zhantian through the blue barrier, landing among the iron demons. Bai Lishi muttered, "What an incredible fellow. He is going to start with the iron demons." Bang! After Xianyuan Zhantian leaped over the blue barrier, he held up the heavenly war halberd and thrust it forward. The halberd turned into an azure flood dragon and pierced into the iron demon's body. The iron demon's body was tougher than 1,000-year-old frost iron. Yet, Xianyuan Zhantian easily pierced it. One could easily imagine how sharp this halberd was. A dazzling light exploded from the tip of the halberd. The iron demon's transformation suddenly exploded, turning into countless metal shards that fell like rain. At the moment of the explosion, 990 small cyan flood dragon auras flew out along with the iron scraps, dancing in the air. The royal dragon horse gently leaped up and carried Xianyuan Zhantian away from the 4,000-odd iron demons' encirclement. When its 4 hooves landed on the water, they kicked up scarlet waves. Bang, bang, bang. Xianyuan Zhantian had not gone far when he suddenly turned around. His heavenly war halberd flashed 9 times and the 990 small azure flood dragons immediately returned to the halberd. Continuous explosions rang out and 6 iron demons were instantly blasted into pieces. Surging shock waves spread out, causing the iron demons in the rear to be thrown off their feet. Xianyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and rode the royal dragon horse, a soul-blood demonic beast, back. The royal dragon horse's speed was as fast as lightning. The fur on its body flickered with a dazzling bloody light. It left blood-colored afterimages in the midst of the iron demons, making it hard for others to capture its figure. Waves surged on the scarlet sea. Azure light flickered, and flood dragons roared ferociously. Countless iron demons were blasted into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, Xianyuan Zhantian charged in and out of the iron demons, sweeping through everything in his path. However, the iron demons could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Xianyuan Zhantian completely disrupted the iron demons' formation. The 1,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the outpost islets finally revealed their ferocious side. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. Without the iron demons to block them, everywhere the beams of light passed, the demons were blasted into pieces. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, the rain of blood fell. Together with the thousands of demons, the scene was extremely majestic. These are ancient demonic energy cannons fired using superior-grade spirit stones. 1 shot would exhaust 100 superior-grade spirit stones. I estimate that they can fire 5 rounds at most. Leng Yu, who was at the side, pointed out the crux of the matter and calmly analyzed it. Xiao Qin sighed softly, 5 rounds is enough. This Xianyuan Zhantian is really incredible. He managed to break through the iron demon's formation by himself. That is equivalent to turning the situation around by himself. Earlier, because of the iron demons blocking the ancient demonic energy cannons, the ancient demonic energy cannons on the outpost islets became mere decorations. The iron demons did not feel pain and had strong defenses. If the ancient demonic energy cannon struck them, they would just be wasting spirit stones. The gains did not make up for the losses. Lingyu smiled and said, "What is so amazing about him? It is all thanks to that horse. Without that horse, no matter how powerful he is, if the iron demon surrounded him, he would still die." Xiao Qin said calmly and objectively, "The horse is amazing, but the man is even more amazing. When the man and horse work together, they are even more incredible." The title of Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King is indeed well-deserved. That royal dragon horse was indeed incredible. Xiao Qin had heard from the others that it was a warhorse mixed between a spirit beast and a demonic beast, a mutated species. Its speed was astonishing. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he could only catch a blurry figure. He could not determine its exact position. If Xiao Qin could not even catch the iron demon's position in a fight, there would be no point in fighting. However, Xianyuan Zhantian's offensive power was even more amazing. Xiao Qin had a deep understanding of the iron demon's defenses and life force. There was no way he could kill them in one strike. With Xianyuan Zhantian's horrifying offensive power, he was worthy of the title of a peak genius. When man and horse worked together, he could sweep through all the geniuses of the younger generation. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? You just advanced to superior grade Martial King, and you already suffered such a setback. Brat, don't tell me you have lost your confidence." Xiao Qin shook his head and smiled. "Ha ha. It is encouragement, not a loss of confidence. Let's go, it is time for us to make an appearance." While Xiao Qin spoke, the ancient demonic energy cannons had already fired 5 rounds. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters, and the Western Sea's 7 knights all charged in. When the cultivators on the warship saw their opportunity, they all leaped out excitedly, charging towards the battlefield. When the warship approached the blue barrier, Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi split up. They each found a breakthrough point and charged over, searching for their own fortuitous encounters. This time, Xiao Qin chose to fight the fire demons that previously reduced him to a sorry state. Now that their strength had increased significantly, if he still could not defeat these fellows, then he would have wasted the past half-month of cultivation. Who? The moment Xiao Qin landed, 10 odd fire demons noticed him. Fireballs covered the sky and fell like rain. When Xiao Qin saw the fireballs falling, he quickly drew the lunar shadow saber. Essence gathered on the saber, forming a resplendent saber light. However, he did not rush to send it out. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin chopped every fireball flying at him in half. Xiao Qin felt that his attack speed was 20% faster than before. When facing the dense fireballs, Xiao Qin did not feel any pressure at all. He dealt with them very easily. With a thought, the saber light chopped the fireballs in half. The goal of your black leather gloves is to increase your attack speed. I have refined 99 spiritual wind formations for you. They are sufficient to increase your attack speed by 40%. Even after you become a martial monarch, they will still be able to increase your attack speed by 20%. Ling Yu explained to Xiao Qin from within the spirit blood jade. So that's how it is. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. This way, it will be easier to deal with the fire demons. Xiao Qin did not move at all. He stood on the water and condensed a saber light on his saber, waiting for an opportunity. After a while, the relentless attacks of the fire demons finally paused. Xiao Qin seized this opportunity and did not hesitate to make his move. Glittering Wukue. The light condensed on the saber instantly turned into a dense saber chi. Then, it flew at a fire demon in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp saber light seemed like it was going to cut the air in half, giving off a buzzing sound as it tore through the air. Flickering purple crystals flowed in the saber chi, making the saber chi look solid. It was much stronger than before. It was so fast that it disappeared. The fire demon that Xiao Qin locked onto did its best to dodge. However, one of its arms was still chopped off. I did not use saber intent or state for this strand of saber chi, and it already has such might. If I used both, its might would be 50% stronger. A scarlet light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he used the state of massacre. He stopped probing and started the real massacre. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving afterimages in the air. He dodged all the explosive attacks of the fire demons. I used black crystals, magic blood crystals, brilliant white steel, 1,000 mountains frost iron, and 90 other rare ores to refine your blood flame shoes. More importantly, I completely infused the secret techniques on them. Now, your movement speed can maintain at Mach 4 at all times. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. No wonder my speed is so ridiculously fast. It turns out that this is the reason. The advantage that the fire demons had over Xiao Qin was completely lost. Their explosive attacks could not hit him, and their dodging speed could not match his attack speed. They could only passively take a beating. After 7 or 8 minutes, 15 fire demons died under Xiao Chen's saber. They did not even have a chance to flee. It was a one-sided massacre. The fire demons do not have strong defenses. Their speed and attack speed cannot compare to mine, so I slaughtered them. This is reasonable. If I want to test out the true might of my saber chi, I have to find an iron demon. Furthermore, I have to find a high-ranked iron demon. After collecting the demon cores of the 15 fire demons, Xiao Qin did not become complacent. He continued to analyze the situation calmly. Xiao Qin swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield and saw a group of cultivators surrounded by demons. Then, he fixed his gaze on them. There were all kinds of demons in that group. There were fire demons, ice demons, blood demons, and winged demons. However, the core was a high-ranked iron demon. Using the high-ranked iron demon as a shield, several dozen demons surrounded a team of 10. The human cultivators could not retaliate at all, they could only defend passively. If this continued, they would be destroyed sooner or later. Dang! 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 The weapons of the 3 cultivators at the front of the 10-man team shone brightly. All sorts of saber techniques hacked at the high-ranked iron demon, creating sparks. That high-ranked iron demon laughed loudly. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not suffer any damage. Then, he charged forward in all directions, causing the troops to scatter without any order. The various demons circling above their heads rained down attacks on them, forcing the 10 to flee in all directions. Big brother, what should we do? We cannot break its defense at all. We should not have come to join in on the excitement. Originally, I thought that Xianyuan Zhantian lured away all the iron demons. Unexpectedly, we ran into a high-ranked iron demon here. Chapter 527. The leader of the group, a middle-aged cultivator, punched the iron demon back by more than 500 meters. When he saw the iron demon standing up as if nothing had happened, he said with an unsightly expression. Demons danced wildly, winds blew, and clouds churned. This was a feast for the strong but a grave for the weak. At this moment, the group of 10 was surrounded by the demons. They could not advance or retreat. The laughter of the demons filled their ears. I like that girl. Ha ha. Her skin is soft and tender. She will definitely be delicious to eat. Don't hurt her. I like that older fellow. He is chewy and has a high cultivation. After eating him, his strength will definitely soar. I want that fatso. He has a lot of oil. You have never eaten him before. You will never know how delicious he is. GGA. At this moment, the demons appeared to be very relaxed. They were like cats playing with mice, toying with the group of 10. When the 10 cultivators heard the words of the demons, their expressions turned increasingly unsightly. When they thought about how they were about to fall into the demon's stomach, they felt despair. Bang! Just at this moment, a saber chi infused with purple crystals and a saber intent with an inextinguishable sharpness streaked across the sky. The weapons of the bladesmen in the group of 10 buzzed when they felt the saber intent's sharpness. They looked like they would struggle free at any moment. In an instant, 3 blood demons and a winged demon were sliced in half by this saber chi. Streams of black blood fell to the ground. Saber intent. Materialized saber chi. An expert is coming. Everyone's spirits jolted as they looked in the direction of the saber chi. They saw a white figure on the scarlet sea, flashing over quickly. The figure moved very fast, leaving behind white afterimages on the water. In a few blinks of an eye, he arrived before the group. A high-ranked blood demon circled in the air. A red light flashed in its eyes, and a greedy expression flashed in its eyes. What a strong chi and blood! If I consume it, I might be able to evolve again. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Seeing the demon swooping down from the sky, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and turned into 9 afterimages. 9 cool breezes blew across the calm sea. The cool breeze concealed Xiao Chen's overwhelming killing intent. Even the weapon in his hand disappeared in an instant. Cool breeze, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Bang! The 9 figures merged together. Before the 9 demons behind Xiao Chen could react, a bloody mark appeared on their foreheads. A purple light appeared, and the bloody mark split the demons in half. Kill him. The other demon dwellers were both shocked and enraged. They surrounded Xiao Chen and locked him down with killing intent. When the other cultivators on the water saw this, they immediately paled. No matter how strong you were, once you were surrounded by a large number of demons, only death awaited you. It's over. This youth is too careless. If he had worked together with us, we would have been able to kill our way out, the middle-aged cultivator leading the group of 10 said with a pale complexion after seeing his life extinguished in an instant. However, reality startled everyone. The white-robed bladesman, who was entangled in the air by the demons, did not show any signs of panic despite all the powerful attacks coming at him. The white-robed bladesman brandished his saber and his white robes fluttered. Not only did he receive all the attacks, but he even launched a sharp counterattack, dazzling everyone. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted and executed a move that he had not used for a long time, disordered dance of 1,000 years. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure flickered in the air like a phantom. Strands of purple crystalline saber chi danced around chaotically. Bang! By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and landed back on the Scarlet Sea, half of the demons surrounding him had died. The purple crystalline saber chi had chopped the demons into several pieces. Not even their bones remained as they died in the Scarlet Sea. This person is a genius cultivator. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, aside from the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan, there was another genius cultivator. Xiao Chen glanced at the stunned crowd. He frowned slightly and said, "Still not leaving." When the group heard Xiao Chen's words, they were slightly stunned. When they understood that Xiao Chen was helping them, they quickly nodded and said, let's go. We will leave immediately. Many thanks, young hero. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Iron Demon, scatter them. None of them can escape. The old blood demon leading the group ordered coldly with a sullen expression as he looked at the group below. Xiao! The iron demon pushed off the water with his feet. He did not use any technique as he shouted and dashed on the water. He was like a surging train charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he said in a frosty voice, "Scram." Xiao Chen kicked out and merged his essence and vital qi. A surging force burst out and the iron demon flying over was knocked back like a cannonball. It tumbled for a kilometer before it stopped. The 10-man team quickly took advantage of this opportunity to flee in the direction of the 3 outpost islets. They no longer dared to interfere in this situation. Let's deal with this group of demons first. Later, I will go and find that high-ranked iron demon as an experiential training. Xiao Chen looked coldly and emotionlessly at the remaining 50 demons in the sky. A red light flickered in his eyes, but his heart remained calm. This was the effect of the state of massacre. By maintaining calm and slowly increasing the might of the state of massacre, one day, one would be able to grasp the state of massacre and not fall into depravity. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted, and the murderous intent that he had been suppressing in his eyes surged out. The horrifying murderous intent seemed to solidify the air. The demons in the air paused for a moment. They were astonished in their hearts. This human cultivator's killing intent was more than twice as strong as theirs. Taking advantage of the moment the demons were stunned, Xiao Chen flew up. His crystalline saber qi contained saber intent. In the blink of an eye, he chopped 3 demons in half. Boom! 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 As the demons died one after another, an invisible red light surged towards Xiao Chen's forehead. This caused Xiao Chen's state of massacre to become even more condensed. The killing intent was like a viscous substance spreading in the air, causing the remaining demons to slow down significantly. It felt like with every step they took, a boundless killing intent poured into their minds, putting great pressure on their minds. As the might of the state of massacre increased, the lives of the demons died under Xiao Chen's saber. The desire to massacre permeated the demons unknowingly. Kill, kill, kill them all. The more you kill, the stronger you become. You should feel the charm of massacre now. Look at these demons. Before the state of massacre, they could not even last 10 moves. Similar thoughts raged in Xiao Chen's mind like a storm, bursting out continuously, trying to make him lose himself in the state of massacre. The desire to massacre descended once again, trying to pull Xiao Chen into an abyss of massacre that he would never be able to escape from. Leng Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, sighed silently. She had already made her preparations to leave at any moment. In her opinion, the path that Xiao Chen wanted to take was too difficult. There was almost no chance of success, it was a path of no return. The Scarlet Throne was an ancient secret treasure. It was incredibly mysterious. As the number of massacres increased, its strength would soar continuously. There was almost no limit to its growth. As a martial king, Xiao Chen wanted to subdue that power. This was too ambitious. However, this time, Leng Yu was somewhat surprised. After the deaths of the 50-odd demons, Xiao Chen did not fall into a state where he could not extricate himself. The red light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded away, replaced by clarity. He allowed the killing intent from the demons' corpses to turn into a red light and enter his forehead. Then, he calmly headed for the iron demon in the distance. Dang! A purple saber light gathered on the saber as Xiao Chen chopped at the fleeing iron demon. The saber blade created a series of sparks on the high-ranked iron demon's body. However, it did not cause any substantial damage. The high-ranked iron demon's defense is indeed strong. Now that its strength has increased greatly, even with 50% of my strength, I still cannot leave a mark on it, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he withdrew his saber and looked at it. Roar! The iron demon roared and punched at the muttering Xiao Chen with its huge fist. Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and casually dodged the iron demon's attack. Then, he hacked at the iron demon from behind. Chi! Chi! This time, Xiao Chen's saber cut the high-ranked iron demon's body, leaving a 3-centimeter long mark. I need 70% of my strength to break its defense. 100% should be enough. Xiaochen turned around and quickly spun around on the Scarlet Sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the Iron Demon, which had run 100 meters away. Then, he did not hesitate to hack down with his saber. Paw! The saber light flickered. Xiaochen used 100% of his strength and easily chopped off the Iron Demon's right arm. Try condensing more saber intent. The high-ranked Iron Demon was like a puppet in Xiaochen's hands. It cried out in frustration, but it could not do anything about it. Bang! The lunar shadow saber flickering with purple light instantly stabbed into the high-ranked Iron Demon's chest. With the support of the saber intent, the saber easily penetrated the Iron Demon's chest. The Iron Demon did not feel any pain. It roared ferociously and punched at Xiaochen's head. With a thought, a steady stream of purple crystalline essence poured into the saber. Xiaochen shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The surging yuan qi instantly exploded. When the high-ranked Iron Demon's cold fist was only half a centimeter from Xiaochen's head, its entire body shattered, turning into countless pieces flying into the air. Xiaochen waved his hand and casually grabbed a piece of the Iron Demon's corpse. It was about the size of his palm and as hard as steel. It felt cold to the touch. The power of Xianyuan Zhantian's halberd could also shatter the Iron Demon into pieces. However, the pieces were like powder. Xiaochen was far from comparable to this. I already used 100% of my strength in this attack. I even solidified my saber intent and state of massacre. However, the might of the explosion is far weaker than Xianyuan Zhantian's. Qi! Qi! Xiaochen casually crushed the piece of metal in his hand into powder. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. It looks like I can only reach that level after advancing to half-step martial monarch. This high-ranked Iron Demon allowed me to gain a better understanding of my offensive prowess. Suddenly, Ling Yu's astonished voice came from the spirit blood jade. Xiaochen, you successfully grasped the state of massacre. Xiaochen nodded. Then, he shook his head and said, I can't be considered to have grasped it yet. I can only say that I got a feeling for it and gained some understanding of it. Perhaps the essence of the state of massacre is not death or destruction. There is another meaning to it. Chapter 528. Ling Yu asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Xiaochen said indifferently, without massacres, there would be no new order in this world. Winter passes and spring comes. The spring wind blows away the boundless cold of winter and brings the beginning of reincarnation to the world. Everything revives, and the flowers bloom with the warmth of spring. Hence, the essence of massacres is not death or destruction but rebirth. Just like my earlier massacre. While I slaughtered the demons, I saved 10 of my human companions. This is the will of life. Ling Yu, who was in the spirit blood jade, was extremely astonished. In her long life, this was the first time she had heard of such a strange theory. Xiaochen actually comprehended the even more profound state of life from the state of massacre. There were countless states in the world. However, there were some states that were publicly recognized as higher states. For example, massacre, destruction, ruin, lust, illusion, despair, pain, and so on. Above the higher states, there were 4 publicly recognized peak states, life and death, yin-yang, and space-time. After Xiaochen said this, he suddenly gained some comprehension. He finally realized what the 4-season saber technique Spring Thunder lacked. It lacked a strand of killing qi. For the sake of verifying his guess, Xiaochen looked around and found the place where the demons were the most ravaged. Then, he killed his way there. Killing qi surged in Xiaochen's mind, and his eyes turned scarlet. Every time a saber light flashed, a demon died at Xiaochen's hands. However, Xiaochen's heart was calm. He started to comprehend the state of life through massacres. He entered a state of selflessness. Big brother, is this the brat you were talking about? He does not seem very strong. Although his aura is long and continuous, he is only a superior grade martial king in the end. At some point in time, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters had gathered 3 kilometers behind Xiao Qin. They stared at Xiao Qin, who was fighting a demon to the death. The one who spoke was the blue-robed young master. As he looked at the white-robed Xiao Qin, he did not seem to care. I alone can deal with such a person. Furthermore, Big Brother is a great perfection half-step martial monarch genius cultivator. However, the Zishan young master on the far right shook his head slightly and said, "Third brother, you are oversimplifying things." He comprehended the state of massacre and saber intent at such a young age. How could he be so easy to deal with? In terms of one-on-one combat, apart from Big Brother, none of us can say that we have a 70% chance of winning against him. The green-robed young master withdrew his gaze. He now had an understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. He revealed a cruel smile and said, "However, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Let's go, there is nothing more to see. Come back in 3 days to take his life." On the castle-like divine dragon warship, Feng Buyu, who was in charge of this level 3 battlefield, stood in the void and gazed at the distant blood moon. Beside him was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He muttered, "When the blood moon appears, the divine weapon will appear. There will be a blue dragon breaking through the 9 heavens." 5,000 years ago, the old dragon king left these 3 sentences before he died. He said that this was a great opportunity for the divine dragon palace and that the blue dragon palace would appear one day. Now that the blood moon has appeared, it might be true. Feng Buyu withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. It is not the first time a blood moon has appeared in the history of a demon. Even the divine weapon has to guard the sex luck. Who would take the risk to come here? We just need to guard this divine dragon warship and do what we are supposed to do." His Majesty, the Dragon King, did not take this prophecy too seriously. The white-haired old man had a grave expression as he said, "Even so, before a sage dies, there is a chance that he can jump out of the world and see through time and space. We have to be on guard." Feng Buyu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. His Majesty, the Dragon King, has already made arrangements. This matter is rather mysterious. It is better to believe it than not." The gazes of the two did not shift from the outpost islets to the frighteningly large number of demons. They only looked at the blood moon in the distance, as though they did not care about the demons at all. When the sky turned bright, the distant blood moon slowly sank into the Scarlet Sea. The demons, who had gone berserk for most of the night, left behind countless corpses before retreating like the receding tide. Before the blue barrier, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they sat down on the surface of the sea, panting heavily. However, the eyes of the cultivators outside the barrier were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, they were filled with excitement. Although it had been a tough night, their gains were equivalent to half a month of hard work. Their points soared rapidly, sufficient to exchange for countless good things. There were even some cultivators who broke through bottlenecks that they had been stuck at for many years in this intense battle. The smiles on their faces became even more radiant. Some people rejoiced while others were worried. While the strong were enjoying the feast of the demon wave, there were even more weak cultivators who left behind a large number of corpses on the surface of the sea. There were still many severely injured cultivators on the outpost islets, feeling sad and depressed. The most dazzling person in this battle was undoubtedly the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhangtian. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, he was like the rebirth of a war god, using his own strength to turn the situation around. Equally dazzling were the outstanding talents of the Boundless Sea and the Evil Moon pavilions by Zhan. The number of demons that died at their hands exceeded 2000 in one night. Once again, everyone felt the horrifying power of genius cultivators. Xiao Chen's results were equally gratifying. The number of demons that died at his hands reached 2,000. Unfortunately, he was far away from the crowd. Furthermore, with the dazzling genius cultivators, no one noticed him. When Lang Yu sensed Xiao Chen's clarity, she came out of the spirit blood jade. She said softly, "Congratulations, you have taken another step closer to grasping the state of massacre." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He looked into the distance and sighed, "I am just one step short. Even if I did not succeed, I might not be able to take this step in my lifetime. I have to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go." Hence, as everyone rushed back to enjoy their victory and return to the divine dragon worship, Xiao Chen quietly set off to continue hunting demons. He was neither happy nor sad, calm and indifferent. 2 days later, Xiao Chen, who was only 5 kilometers away from the core island, had just killed a group of peak high-rank blood demons. However, he suddenly discovered that in front of him, there was a young martial artist in white clothes blocking his path. This was a crucial moment for Xiao Chen to comprehend the state of massacre. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he changed directions. However, he discovered a blue-robed cultivator blocking his way. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and ignored him. He changed directions again, heading north. However, his path was blocked again. It was a cultivator in green. Looking to the west, there was also another cultivator blocking his way. These 4 people had already blocked off all his paths of escape when he was hunting the demons. The Northern Sea's 4 young masters. After Xiao Chen saw the appearances of these 4 people, he could not help but feel suspicious. He could not remember when he became enemies with these people. The green-robed young master looked at Lang Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen. She wore a black and white robe and had a veil covering her face. His eyes immediately lit up. The green-robed young master had subdued many Eros demons and cultivated the joyous yin-yang incantation. He could not be more familiar with Eros demons. He could tell who she was with one look. The green-robed young master's lips curled up in a sinister smile. He said softly, "You are Xiao Chen, right? I have long heard of the great name of the white-robed bladesman. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Xiao Chen did not like the aura of the other party. All the more, he did not like the other party using such a method to block him. He did not have a good impression of this person. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you. Don't block my way. Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you speak to my big brother like that? This is the boundless sea, and we are the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. With one word, we can make it difficult for you to move. You'd better be smart. What status do we have? What status do you have?" When the 4th-ranked white-robed young master heard Xiao Chen speak like that, he could not help but berate him. The green-robed young master smiled faintly and waved his hand to stop the white-robed young master. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Naturally, I can let you go. Hand over the Eros demon beside you, and I will give you 1 million medial-grade spirit stones." After all, the other party was the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief. The green-robed young master did not want to blow the matter up. It would be best if he could use spirit stones to settle this. The endless ocean was not like the continent. It might lack other things, but it definitely did not lack spirit stones. Xiao Chen remained unmoved and said calmly, "Not interested." The green-robed young master did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think it is too little? I will add another 1,000,000. If 2 million is still not enough, I will add another 1,000,000. At the side, Lang Yu's heart tightened involuntarily. She looked up at Xiao Chen with some worry in her eyes. She knew that 3 million medial-grade spirit stones was a large sum. Many martial kings would not be able to accumulate such a sum in their entire lives. In particular, Xiao Chen was currently penniless and was in urgent need of spirit stones. It was hard to say whether he would agree or not. When Ling Yu heard the other party offer 3 million medial-grade spirit stones without hesitation, Xiao Chen was stunned. He revealed a self-mocking smile. He did not know when he would be able to use money to slap the other party's face. When the green-robed young master saw Xiao Chen's reaction, his eyebrows twitched. However, he understood something else. He said, "Hee hee. I understand what you mean. I will give you 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. In addition, I will give you 2 Eros demons." Xiao! 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 The green-robed young master waved his right hand. Right after he spoke, 4 Eros demons with seductive figures and revealing clothes appeared on the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He took half a step back without anyone noticing. In an instant, 3 sharp killing intents locked onto him. As long as Xiao Chen moved half a step, the attacks that they had prepared would topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They would attack him without hesitation. When the green-robed young master saw the situation, his face sank. He said in a cold voice, "Don't have any other thoughts. I have already tolerated you enough. Don't be so shameless when I give you face." Xiao Chen raised his eyelids slightly. There was a deep and calm look in his eyes. He seemed to hear the faint sound of a saber. "How boring. Do I need you to give me face?" Cassier. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the lunar shadow saber turned into a red bolt of lightning. It left the scabbard and gave off a resplendent beam of light as it charged at the green-robed young master. Chapter 529. Ling Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she turned into a beam of dim light and entered the spirit blood jade. The green-robed young master was mildly astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chen to take the initiative to attack them under such circumstances. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had chosen him as the breakthrough point. The green-robed young master could not help but smile coldly to himself. How reckless. Unexpectedly, he dares to try and break out of my encirclement. I will block you first. When the other 3 surround you, you will be like a bird in a cage. Let's see how you fight back. Boom! Boom! The green-robed young master assumed a defensive stance. His surging essence spread out, causing the scarlet water behind him to churn endlessly and kicking up huge waves. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Just as his saber was about a meter away from his opponent, he moved his feet and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen's position immediately changed. The wukue breaks the heavens, which he had prepared for a long time, instantly flew at the unprepared white-robed young master. The scarlet light on the saber elongated quickly, moving as fast as lightning. Clearly, the white-robed young master had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a miraculous movement technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen could change his position in an incredible manner. The white-robed young master was startled. When he saw the sharpness of the scarlet light and its might, he subconsciously dodged to the side. After finding the breakthrough point, Xiao Chen immediately scattered his saber technique and quickly flew forward. The green-robed young master flushed red in anger. He looked at the white-robed young master and scolded, "What are you doing?" At the crucial moment, such a situation occurred. Would it kill you to block? The white-robed young master felt embarrassed at his own actions. He did not dare to retort. He lowered his head and said, "It's my fault. However, this brat cannot run fast. He will not be able to escape our grasp." The green-robed young master looked at Xiao Chen's back and said coldly, "Cut the crap." After him. The 4 of them soared into the air and executed their movement techniques. They quickly chased after Xiao Chen. Of the 4, the green-robed young master was the strongest. He was also the fastest. He chased after Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin felt the green-robed young master following closely behind him, he did not immediately use the blood flame shoes. Instead, he followed the green-robed young master at a leisurely pace. Against 4 half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Qin knew that he had no chance of victory. Hence, he wisely chose to leave. He would not joke around with his life. If the green-robed young master was the only one chasing him, Xiao Qin would not have to worry too much. He could give the green-robed young master an unforgettable surprise. The other party's cultivation was very deep, already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. However, Xiao Qin could tell that this person cultivated an unknown cultivation technique. Although his cultivation realm was high, his essence was not very condensed. Furthermore, it was incredibly vast, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. The 4 young masters chased after him. As time passed, the gap between the green-robed young master and the other 3 young masters widened. This fellow's speed is too fast. We can't catch up to him. Let's just wait here for Big Brother's news. The white-robed young master stopped and panted slightly. He said, Big Brother is already a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Capturing an insignificant superior-grade martial king should be easy. Even if something unexpected happens, he will be able to escape unscathed. Let's not waste our energy. The 3 of them chased after Xiao Qin at full speed, exhausting their essence. The other 2 thought about it and agreed. So, they stopped and rested where they were, using spirit stones to recover their essence. The green-robed young master, who was chasing alone, did not care about the other 3 falling behind. Although he valued Xiao Qian's strength, he did not treat him as a true opponent. Furthermore, Xiao Qian was slowing down. This put the green-robed young master in a very good mood. The difference in cultivation is too great. A superior-grade martial king cannot compete with me in terms of essence. Xiao Qin, if you stop now and beg me for mercy, I will give you a chance to back out. The green-robed young master's arrogant voice came from behind. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and turned around, doing as the green-robed young master said. The green-robed young master revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, Your essence is insufficient. Now you know fear, right? Kneel and beg for mercy. Hand over the Eros demon, and I will spare your life. The purple crystalline chi whirlpool in Xiao Qian's body spun quickly. A surging and pure essence filled his entire body. Instead of getting angry, Xiao Qian laughed. He found the person before him very laughable. When the green-robed young master saw Xiao Qian's strange smile, he felt uncomfortable. He shouted angrily, What are you laughing at? I will say it again. Kneel and beg me for mercy. Only then will I spare your life. Xiao Qian's expression turned cold. His gaze turned icy as he said, I am laughing at you. You fell for a trap. Even at death's door, you are still arrogant and ignorant. How laughable. Towards the end, Xiao Qin unleashed his state of massacre without holding anything back. A cold wind blew on the surface of the sea, and a red light spread out. The air turned viscous, solid and oppressive. The scarlet sea was extremely calm, like ice, not moving at all. The green-robed young master, who faced the attack head-on, suddenly felt his mind buzz. His thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Everything he saw, thought, and heard was despair, pain, massacre, and death. All sorts of negative emotions exploded in his mind. What a powerful state of massacre. The green-robed young master was horrified. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain caused his eyes to clear up. However, this instant of distraction was sufficient for Xiao Qin to seize many opportunities. By the time the green-robed young master recovered his senses, the surging saber in Xiao Qian's hand was already less than a meter from his face. This startled the green-robed young master. He quickly executed his movement technique and retreated. However, he discovered that his movement technique, which could normally move 100 meters in an instant, was greatly weakened in this red light. He could only bring out about 50% of his usual strength. Left with no choice, the green-robed young master quickly drew out a vast amount of essence from his dantian and gathered it in his palm. It formed a jade-green ball of light and shot out. Bang! The crystal-like purple saber chi shattered the jade-green ball of light the moment it came into contact with it. The saber light struck the green-robed young master and sent him flying. On the surface of the water, the green-robed young master wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. His expression was one of extreme disbelief. In a contest of essence, the green-robed young master had defeated him. Even though the emerald green ball of light was something he had condensed in a hurry and wasn't his true strength, it was still impossible for him to unleash it. However, it was more than enough to block an attack from an upper grade. After all, there was a huge gap between their realms. However, reality slapped the green-robed young master in the face. Not only did the jade-green ball of light fail to block Xiao Chen's attack, but it also failed to block it. Instead, he was defeated by a single blow from Xiao Chen, causing him to suffer quite a few light injuries. More importantly, his momentum had fallen to the bottom. This kid is really troublesome. Boom boom boom. However, Xiao Chen did not give the green-robed young master much time to think. After his move succeeded, he immediately charged over with surging killing intent. The green-robed young master no longer dared to be careless. He brought out his state of water and used all his might to resist Xiao Chen's attack. The two started fighting on the surface of the water. When the shockwaves crashed into the boundless scarlet water, walls of water dozens of meters tall appeared. Splash! Splash! The scarlet water fell continuously. From a distance, it looked like it was raining blood around the two. The green-robed young master grew increasingly alarmed. Xiao Chen's crystal-like essence was much denser than his own. When the green-robed young master exhausted 10% of his essence, he would need to exhaust 40% or more before he could barely block the other party's attack. No, I cannot let him continue clashing head-on with me. If this continues, I will exhaust all my essence before he does. I have to end this quickly and escape first. Then, I can use a big move to decide the victor. The green-robed young master analyzed the situation anxiously. Originally, he planned to use his advantage in cultivation and vast essence as a foundation to drag out the other party. However, how could he have imagined that Xiao Chen's essence was so dense and pure? If he competed with Xiao Chen in exhaustion, the green-robed young master might end up losing. Berserk Flood Dragon roars. After the green-robed young master made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He threw a palm strike, and an intense wave surged up on the Scarlet Sea. The wave was about 3 meters tall. The green-robed young master grabbed and pulled. Immediately, a flood dragon broke out of the scarlet wave and charged at Xiao Chen with bared fangs and brandished claws. However, the green-robed young master did not intend to see the results of the battle. After he executed the berserk flood dragon roars, his figure flashed backward, preparing to break away from Xiao Chen. He directly used a big move to end this battle. As long as he could use that ultimate move, he would be able to use it. Even if his opponent was an inferior grade martial monarch, the green-robed young master was confident of knocking him back. It would be even easier to deal with Xiao Chen. Wukue shakes the heavens. Break for me! Xiao Chen shouted. When he saw the scarlet flood dragon roaring ferociously, his expression did not change. He did not have any intention of retreating. He immediately executed the Wukue shakes the heavens and clashed head-on with it. The scarlet Wukue tree descended from the sky and crashed into the flood dragon. However, the flood dragon did not explode immediately. Instead, it opened its jaws and swallowed the tip of the scarlet wukue tree. This flood dragon is interesting. It is different from the mysterious phenomenon that I normally use my essence to gather. It is even more agile. Unfortunately, I do not have time now. Otherwise, I could toy with it. A strange light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He quickly formed a hand seal with his left hand, and the scarlet wukue tree surrounded by boundless lightning suddenly exploded. The flood dragon disappeared without a trace. A huge pillar of scarlet water soared into the sky. Xiao Chen leaped up and passed through the screen of water. He looked around and saw the green-robed young master forming hand seals. As the green-robed young master moved his hands, a crack appeared in the demonic clouds above him. A beam of golden light pierced through the demonic clouds and shone on the dark deep-sea battlefield. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen moved like a dragon tail whip, creating a strong wind. He moved in an arc and charged at the green-robed young master, filling the sky with saber lights. Damn it! I nearly succeeded. The green-robed young master scattered his hand seals. He had no choice but to fight Xiao Chen again. Chapter 530. The green-robed young master tried to find an opportunity to escape several times. However, Xiao Chen blocked him every time. Although he did not know what that strange move was, for it to be able to break the demonic clouds, it was definitely very powerful. Hence, the green-robed young master could not give Xiao Chen a chance to execute it. The scarlet saber light contained an eternal and inextinguishable saber intent. Together with the terrifyingly dense crystalline essence, Xiao Chen's saber technique was extremely sharp. In the green-robed young master's eyes, Xiao Chen's figure had already disappeared from his vision. All he could see was saber light. However, it was an eternal and inextinguishable saber light with a sharp edge. The body was like a saber, the intent was like a saber. Such a saber technique had no weaknesses. Bang! The green-robed young master made a mistake. Xiao Chen immediately opened a bloody wound on his chest. Blood spurted out. Berserk Flood Dragon's Rage. Seeing that the green-robed young master wanted to use that move to force him back, Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed soared and instantly reached Mach 4. 5. The green-robed young master raised his saber light and broke the green-robed young master's move. In the process, he suffered significant internal injuries. The green-robed young master's complexion turned ashen. He already wanted to retreat, he did not want to waste time here. In the past, when he fought with cultivators of the same generation, he would always end them within 10 moves. With his strong cultivation and vast essence, he could suppress others with force. With the aid of the joyous yin-yang incantation, the green-robed young master's essence was frighteningly large. Even veteran half-step martial monarchs could not compare to him, not to mention the young cultivators of the same generation. However, this time, the green-robed young master met with someone even more powerful than him. The green-robed young master, who had always suppressed others with force, finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by force. The green-robed young master could not advance or retreat. He did not have enough time to execute all sorts of strong martial techniques. His opponent did not do anything but clash head-on with him. If the green-robed young master hesitated for even a moment, the saber chi would hack him in half. Even if he was unwilling, he could only brace himself and face it head-on. I cannot drag this out. If I do, I will not even have a chance to escape. I have to make a decision now. The green-robed young master's thoughts raced like lightning. His eyes flashed with determination. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, 10 Eros demons appeared on the surface of the sea. Their figures were seductive, and they stood between the two of them. Stop him. Without my order, no one is allowed to run. The green-robed young master finished speaking and ran away without looking back. Just as the 10 Eros demons were about to execute their charm technique, Ling Yu flew out of the spirit blood jade. She stood there and said softly, "I'll help you block this group of Eros demons. You go and chase." Xiao. The purple mark on Ling Yu's forehead gave off a resplendent light. An ancient and noble aura unique to demons spread out from her body. They immediately felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. They scattered their charm techniques and prostrated themselves on the surface of the sea. They had panicked expressions as they looked at Ling Yu in fear. Xiao Qin did not say anything more. He spread out his spiritual sense and sensed the direction in which the green-robed young master had left. Then, he immediately gave chase. Xiao Qin had to catch up to this person. Otherwise, given this person's strength, if he let him go, there would be endless trouble in the future. If that happened, Xiao Qin would no longer have a foothold in the Eastern Sea. He would have to end his experiential training early. If the result was worse, the green-robed young master would find a martial monarch elder of his clan to ambush Xiao Qin. If that happened, his life would be in danger. A scarlet state of massacre appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. As the killing intent rose in his heart, it became even denser. So. Xiao Qin activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 4.5, breaking through the limits of a martial king. Xiao Qin was like a white shadow moving quickly on the surface of the sea. He was simply too fast. As a result, a shock wave formed behind Xiao Qin. It was 10 meters tall and extended for several kilometers. This was why Xiao Qin had not grasped such speed yet. If he advanced to martial monarch, or if his blue dragon cloud soaring art improved, he would not have caused such a commotion. After a few breaths, Xiao Qin, who was moving at full speed, saw the green-robed young master's figure. The green-robed young master was flying miserably on the surface of the sea. He looked like he was in a panic. When the green-robed young master was within a kilometer of him, Xiao Qin suddenly stopped. The shock wave behind him slowly descended, creating a hua-la-la sound. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and burned all his vital qi, not holding anything back. Azure smoke immediately came out from his Tianmen acupoint. Finally, it rushed into the sky and gathered on the demonic clouds. Then, it started burning ferociously. Heaven burning claw. Xiao Qin shouted, and the burning azure clouds immediately turned into a huge dragon claw descending from the sky. A resonant dragon roar resounded. It seemed like an ancient blue dragon was hiding above the azure clouds. What fist technique is this? There is actually a dragon's might. The green-robed young master's vision was filled with an extremely huge azure dragon claw. The dragon claw carried the power to burn the heavens as it descended from the sky. The horrifying dragon's might made one feel irresistible. The green-robed young master was astonished. He had felt such a feeling from Xianyuan Zhantian before. However, he had not expected it to happen to Xiao Qin today as well. The green-robed young master did not have any time to think. He shouted and forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart. Then, he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Immediately, 5 huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea. The wave in the west knocked the green-robed young master far away. The green-robed young master reacted very quickly. However, he was still too slow. A horrifying wound appeared on his back. Burning the heavens fist. When Xiao Qin shouted, he quickly pulled back the dragon claw that had entered the sea. Then, it turned into a dragon fist and punched at the green-robed young master. Xiao Qin did not hold anything back with this punch. He burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. It could be said to be a punch at the peak of his physical body. Boom! The dragon roar resounded again. This time, the green-robed young master, who had just gotten up, did not have a chance to react. the dragon fist struck his back. The green-robed young master became like a sandbag as he flew through the air in a parabola. When he landed on the water, the huge impact kicked up a huge wave. The green-robed young master's back had all broken. His internal organs were damaged, he had completely lost his ability to fight. Furthermore, this was because he had a vast amount of essence. If he did not have enough essence to protect his body, this punch would have pierced through him. Xiao Qian nodded in satisfaction. Although he had known that the stronger the vital qi, the stronger the burning the heavens would be, he had not expected it to be this strong. Xiao Qian grasped the lunar shadow saber on his belt with his left hand. Then, he slowly walked over to the green-robed young master. Ta! Ta! At this moment, the Scarlet Sea was calm. When the blood-flame shoes stepped on the water, they gave off rhythmic footsteps. To the severely injured green-robed young master, it sounded like a death knell. As the footsteps got closer, the green-robed young master thought about many things. He was young and dissolute. He had outstanding talent and wandered the world freely. He was a talented youth. In the future, he would control the northern boundless sea and become a true overlord. His future was limitless. If he died at the hands of Xiao Qian, he would be too dissatisfied. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll give you 10 million medial-grade spirit stones. I don't want your Eros demon anymore. I'll give you 100 Eros demons. Let me off this time. When the green-robed young master felt Xiao Qian's cold and emotionless killing intent and death approaching, he could no longer remain calm. He tossed aside his dignity and threw himself to the surface of the sea, begging Xiao Qian for mercy. He promised all sorts of benefits, looking extremely tempting. Xiao Qian remained unmoved. He lowered his head and looked at the green-robed young master in a sorry state. He said expressionlessly, "Who told you that I have an advanced Eros demon?" A look of anticipation flashed in the green-robed young master's eyes. He said quickly, "If I tell you, will you not kill me?" Ah! An intense miserable cry resounded. It was Xiao Qian drawing his lunar shadow saber and chopping off one of the green-robed young master's arms. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to tell me or not? The green-robed young master clenched his teeth and said, "No. Unless you agree to let me off, I will not tell you even if I die." Xiao Qian frowned slightly. He was not good at torturing people or lying. Since the green-robed young master was not willing to speak, then he could only give him a quick death. The green-robed young master raised his lunar shadow saber and was about to make a move. When he saw the determination in Xiao Qian's eyes, he said in a fluster, "Don't do it. I'll tell you. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean told me. He even told me everything about you in detail. I thought about it for a long time before I decided to make a move." Xiao Qian paused for a moment. Then, he nodded gently and said, "Oh, you can die now." The green-robed young master only managed to say one word before his head separated from his body, flying through the air. The green-robed young master's eyes were wide open. He died with a remaining grievance. If he had not been in a hurry to succeed, the four brothers would have worked together. How could they have given Xiao Qian the opportunity to kill him? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in life. As the green-robed young master's head fell into the water, the famous green-robed young master of the northern sea fell at Xiao Qian's hands. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and looked at the green-robed young master's decapitated body. He did not think too much about it. Killing such a person would be problematic. However, not killing him would only result in more problems. Since he had to kill him, he could not hesitate. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes. He muttered Bai Zhan's name in his heart. He had not expected this person to have such means. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhan had colluded with the Northern Sea's four young masters to deal with him, borrowing strength to fight. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. This kind of person is much more terrifying than the green-robed young master. Not to mention the difference in strength, just his thoughts are terrifying. Xiao! Xiao! Ling Yu quickly arrived at Xiao Chen's side. She looked at the green-robed young master's corpse and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said, I asked the other 4 Eros demons. This person cultivates an evil cultivation technique called the joyous yin-yang incantation. He relies on harvesting yin to replenish yang to raise his cultivation. That's why he targeted me. However, he took the wrong path. The joyous yin-yang incantation lacks the most important link, the yin and yang complement. So, although his cultivation increased very quickly, his essence is impure and cannot be refined. There is no quality to speak of. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He had not expected such a miraculous cultivation technique to exist in the world. However, he did not believe that there were any shortcuts in the martial Tao. Even if there were shortcuts, allowing one's cultivation to soar in a short time, it would not increase one's combat prowess. The green-robed young master before him was a good example. Chapter 531. Xiao Chen felt that Bai Zhan was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, his combat prowess was at least 2 grades higher than the green-robed young master's. Xiao Chen squatted down and removed a superior quality jade spatial ring from the green-robed young master's finger. Then, he tossed it to Ling Yu and said, Take a look and see what's inside. Help me tidy it up. I have something to do. Ling Yu caught the spatial ring and watched as Xiao Chen left quickly. Then, she asked loudly, What are you going to do? I'm going to kill someone. Don't follow me. Xiao Chen waved his hand and did not turn his head back. The cool breeze carried his calm voice to Ling Yu's ears. Above the Scarlet Sea, the yellow-robed young master, the white-robed young master, and the blue-robed young master used spirit stones to recover their essence. After 2 hours, the medial-grade spirit stones in the three's hands were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. Their essence had also been completely replenished. The blue-robed young master was the first to open his eyes. He said somewhat worriedly, Why is Big Brother not back yet? Did something happen? Should we go and take a look? The yellow-robed young master shook his head and said, No. With Big Brother's strength, he should have no problem dealing with that brat. Even if something unexpected happens, he should be able to escape. The white-robed young master mocked, That's right. That brat must have gotten lucky and consumed some natural treasures, resulting in his essence being more abundant. However, compared to Big Brother, he is nothing. We just have to wait here for Big Brother's good news. Just at this moment, a handsome cultivator in azure with an extraordinary aura suddenly appeared in the three's vision. He carried a white-robed bladesman on his shoulder as he walked over unhurriedly. When the white-robed young master saw the situation, he could not help but laugh loudly. I already said that Big Brother would not have any problems. Now that we captured this brat alive, I have to torture him properly. Xiao Chen's earlier attack had embarrassed the white-robed young master. When he saw the green-robed young master carrying Xiao Chen back, he immediately became very excited and ran over. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly followed behind the white-robed young master. Big Brother, let me play with this brat, the white-robed young master said with a sinister expression. The blue-robed young master behind the white-robed young master looked at the smiling green-robed young master and suddenly felt that something was amiss. When the blue-robed young master saw the smiling green-robed young master, but not say anything, he felt that something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. After hesitating for a while, he decided to check. In the end, he was given a huge fright. The green-robed young master before him did not have any cultivation at all. He was just an ordinary person. That demonic aura and majestic aura were all faked. Fourth brother is in danger, that's fake. When the blue-robed young master saw the fainted Xiao Qin, who seemed to have lost all his strength, he quickly shouted, "Don't worry, young Master Lan." The white-robed young master was stunned, feeling somewhat confused. He turned his head and asked, "What's going on? What are you saying is fake?" "Xiao." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the originally soft and lifeless Xiao Qin suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber at his waist. It was drawing the saber. A cold light flashed past like lightning. The white-robed young master did not even have the chance to turn his head around to look at Xiao Qin again before his head left his neck and flew into the air. Gotcha! The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master quickly drew their weapons and retreated 100 meters. The blue-robed young master looked at the green-robed young master, who was still smiling evilly, and asked sternly, "What did you do to my big brother? You're talking about him. He's just a puddle of blood. The real green-robed young master is naturally dead." Xiao Qin glanced over and pointed at the so-called green-robed young master. That fresh physical body immediately turned into a stream of blood and merged into the vast sea. This was the life bestowal spell that Xiao Qin was extremely familiar with. When the blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master saw the green-robed young master turn into a pool of blood, they were astonished. They had not expected such a strange martial technique to exist in the world. The yellow-robed young master shouted sternly, "Xiao Qin, do you know what you are doing? You killed 2 of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. Even the Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief cannot protect you." Xiao Qin said calmly, "If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people want to kill me, I will kill them myself." The 4 young masters had to die. Otherwise, if any of them managed to escape, the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans could kill them without a care for the consequences based on their testimony. The blue-robed young master and the yellow-robed young master exchanged glances. Then, they took advantage of the time when Xiao Qin spoke to attack at the same time. Mountain and River Sword. Ghostly Face Saber. The blue-robed young master held a sharp sword. The sword gave off a mysterious phenomenon, materializing mountains and rivers on the ground. He used the sword as a brush to paint the landscape. The sword seemed to incorporate the surrounding space into the painting. As for the blue-robed young master, he was the painter of the painting. However, the yellow-robed young master held a thick saber in his hand. He sent out a saber chi with a ghostly face surging with black chi, flying at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had been on guard against the sudden attacks of the 2. Naturally, he did not panic when facing their attacks. Of the 2's killing moves, the blue-robed young master focused on the mysterious phenomenon. He wanted to use his boldness to paint the landscape, trapping Xiao Qin in the painting. The yellow-robed young master focused on mental attacks. He used a secret technique to condense his essence and mental energy into a ghostly face, dealing mental damage to the opponent's soul. The attacks of the 2 had their own specialties. They were about equal, there was not much difference. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin came up with a countermeasure. He decided to break the blue-robed young master's mysterious phenomenon first. If the mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken, the blue-robed young master would not have any combat prowess for a while. In order to truly paint the landscape, incorporating the mountains and rivers into the brush, one had to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, one had to have a complete holy weapon. Unfortunately, the blue-robed young master did not have either. He had only scratched the surface. This gave Xiao Qin the opportunity to break it. Wukui breaks the heavens. A red light appeared on the saber. As the wukui tree above finished growing, the light instantly extended a long distance. It soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Crunching sounds rang out. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. The painting that the blue-robed young master wrote shattered. The 5,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the picturesque landscape, crumbled on its own. The painter no longer had the energy to paint. Pussy. The pale blue-robed young master vomited a mouthful of blood. He could not believe it. Although the blue-robed young master knew that Xiaoqin had vast essence, he had not expected that there would be such a huge difference between him, a half-step martial monarch, and a superior-grade martial king. If the blue-robed young master had known of such a difference, he would not have executed the mountain and river sword technique. Xiaoqin broke the blue-robed young master's mountain and river sword with one saber strike. However, the yellow-robed young master's ghostly saber chi had already arrived. When the ugly ghostly face was only 1 meter away from Xiaoqin, it suddenly opened its mouth and cackled strangely. Sound waves spread out in all directions. The sound waves were piercing and invaded Xiaoqian's mind. Countless evil spirits appeared in his sea of consciousness, corroding Xiaoqian's mental energy. The golden deity in his sea of consciousness gently swung its sword. The countless evil spirits immediately turned to ashes. They did not pose any threat to Xiaoqin. Break! A red light spread out in Xiaoqian's eyes as he completely unleashed the state of massacre. He executed an arc-light chop and instantly chopped the ghostly saber chi in half. A scarlet arc circled Xiaoqian's body. Then, it trembled and moved to Xiaoqian's back, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the yellow-robed young master. When the sneak attack failed, the yellow-robed young master knew that he could not defeat Xiaoqin. So he decisively retreated. However, how could Xiaoqin give him a chance to escape? Back then, even someone as strong as the green-robed young master had died to Xiaoqin. The yellow-robed young master was clearly weaker. How could he be a match for Xiaoqin? After 100 moves, the yellow-robed young master could no longer hold on. Wounds of various sizes slowly appeared on his body. Many crystalline electric currents crackled in the wounds, worsening the yellow-robed young master's injuries. After another 50 moves, Xiaoqin found a huge opening and killed his opponent. Xiaoqin swept his gaze across the surface of the sea. Soon, he saw the blue-robed young master, whose mysterious phenomenon had been broken, walking on the surface of the sea with much difficulty. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A huge dragon seemed to appear on the surface of the sea. It swung its tail, and Xiaoqin kicked up a strong wind. Then, it moved in a long arc and arrived before the blue-robed young master in an instant. Die! Without giving the other party any chance to speak, Xiaoqin raised his saber and chopped down, sending a head flying. Just like that, Xiaoqin used 30% of his strategy, 20% of his courage, and 50% of his strength to kill the famous Northern Sea's 4 young masters, one after another, falling in this vast scarlet sea. After killing these 4 people, Xiaoqian's essence had not been exhausted yet. There was still a third of his essence left in the crystalline chi whirlpool. The benefits that Xiaoqin gained from using the secret technique, the 12 spirit gathering pearls, were now clear for all to see. However, Xiaoqin did not let down his guard. He extended out his spiritual sense and scanned the area continuously. Xiaoqian's figure moved around the surroundings, carefully checking the area several times before he felt more at ease. By the time Xiaoqin landed, Lingyu had already rushed over. She had already taken the spatial rings of the other 3 young masters. Lingyu was connected to Xiaoqin through the spirit blood jade. They could sense each other's aura. Xiaoqin did not find it strange that Lingyu found this place. Xiaoqin used the purple thunder true fire to burn the 3 corpses to ashes. Then, he quickly said to Lingyu, "Have you sorted out the things in the spatial rings? We cannot stay here for long. We need to leave quickly." Lingyu smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be anxious. These 4 people are already dead. No one knows that you killed them. Furthermore, the things in the spatial rings are all treasures." Xiaoqin did not reply. He only walked in front silently. He felt that Baijian definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. That person was like a venomous snake. If he did not bite you, it would be fine. However, if he bit you, you would die for sure. Even though Xiaoqin had already checked the area several times and did not find anyone else in the surroundings, it was still best to leave quickly. In the spatial rings of the four of them, there is a total of 5 million medial-grade spirit stones and 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones. There are also some other materials. If converted into spirit stones, there should be at least 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. As Ling Yu walked behind Xiaoqin, she reported the things that she had sorted out. Chapter 532. When Xiaoqin heard that there were so many spirit stones, he did not find it strange. There were many spirit veins in the boundless sea. Furthermore, they were of high quality. Aside from the resources at the bottom of the sea, the four great clans controlled the trade between the northern sea and the continent. The wealth they brought was astronomical. There are some rare ores in the rings of these four people. They can be used in the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Adding in the spirit stones from earlier and the points you have already obtained, if you exchange them all, you should barely be able to activate the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Xiaoqin paused for a moment and quickly stopped. He said, "Enter the spirit blood jade first. I will rush back to the divine dragon worship at full speed." Ling Yu felt it was strange. She asked, "Is there a need to rush? Didn't we agree to go a little deeper?" Xiaoqin changed his direction and started to rush back. He said slowly, "I have already decided. My next destination will be the island in the core of the battlefield. It is good to make some preparations. If one were to ask what was the most dangerous place in the deep-sea battlefield, it would naturally be the island in the core. However, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Even if the people of the northern boundless sea's four great clans rushed over and suspected Xiaoqin, they would not expect him to go to the island. Xiaoqin would wait until the commotion died down before going out. By then, he would have passed this crisis. A long time after Xiaoqin and Ling Yu left, a hole suddenly appeared in the space where they had been. The evil moon pavilions Baijian emerged from it. As Baijian stood in the air, he held a crystalline mirror in his hand. The scene shown in the mirror was the scene of Xiaoqin killing the four young masters. This fellow's perception is really strong. If not for this void battle armor, I would have been discovered. Baijian looked away from the mirror and looked in the direction that Xiaoqin had taken. He muttered to himself, "I am not surprised that he managed to kill the four young masters. However, I did not expect him to win so easily. I have to make a quick trip to the northern sea." The scions of the four great clans were all killed. Ha ha! Even if you advance to martial monarch, you will not have any chance of surviving. Baijian's plan was closely linked. Whether the four young masters succeeded or not, Xiaoqin was already in dire straits. From the moment the green-robed young master agreed to make a move, Baijian had thought of all the possibilities and came up with a countermeasure. On the castle-like divine dragon worship, there was an independent and remote courtyard. Ling Yu crushed a superior-grade spirit stone into powder and carefully drew a complicated formation in the courtyard. Xiaoqin pushed the door open and entered. Then, he carefully closed the door. Ling Yu raised her head and asked, "Have you bought everything?" With a thought, Xiaoqin took out a large pile of rare ores from the universe ring. He nodded and said, "I do not have many things. However, I did as you said and bought some substitutes. Take a look and see if they are all right." After Ling Yu spoke, she did not say anything more. She placed the items on the various nodes of the formation. After everything was done, Ling Yu took a breather. Then, she said, "After I recover, I can activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation and help you condense some magic energy. Then, we can conduct the blood sacrifice and completely grasp that scarlet blood frost flame diagram." 3 days ago, when the two of them returned to the divine dragon worship, Xiaoqin had started to purchase all sorts of materials. He had sold off all the 4 young masters' wealth in a low-key manner. After that, he spent another 2 days and finally settled everything today. After 15 minutes, Ling Yu finished resting. She got Xiao Qin to enter the center of the formation and sit down cross-legged, preparing to activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation. The purple mark on Ling Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura spread out from her body once again. Ling Yu took a deep breath and flicked her finger, sending out 6 sparks. The sparks landed on the lines made of spirit stone powder. Boom! The entire formation burned, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. All the ores on the nodes of the formation ignited. Then, they turned into 108 beams of starlight and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. As the beams of starlight entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, all of Xiao Chen's mental energy surged and burned, turning into a huge clump of golden liquid. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's body also gave off tens of thousands of strands of golden light, turning him into a golden man. Ling Yu quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 10,000 magic returning to origin formation on the ground spun, and all sorts of lights intertwined. Xiao Chen's figure turned blurry as he stood in the golden liquid in his sea of consciousness. The golden liquid in his sea of consciousness continued to condense. As the golden liquid was continuously compressed, Xiao Chen felt that his mental energy did not weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. After an unknown period of time, the golden light on Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. The light of the formation also slowly weakened. That clump of golden liquid was finally compressed to the size of a strand of hair. Then, it floated out of Xiao Chen's forehead. The hair-sized golden liquid flowed with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire courtyard like it was daytime. Fortunately, this place was very remote. Otherwise, such a mysterious phenomenon would attract countless cultivators to come and take a look. Xiao Chen, do it quickly. This is your magic energy. It can only last for 4 seconds, Ling Yu said quickly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said quickly, understood. Ling Yu had already told Xiao Chen how to use this strand of magic energy to carry out the blood sacrifice. Using some skill, Xiao Chen cut the tip of his index finger. A drop of blood flew out and merged with that strand of golden magic energy, entangling with it. 4 seconds passed in merely 2 breaths of time. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay any longer. He took out the scarlet blood frost flame painting from his bosom and waved it, quickly unfurling it. Ding! The instant the painting unfurled, the strand of magic energy infused with Xiao Chen's blood landed on the painting. The 4 seconds were up. Xiao Chen suddenly felt excited. As he looked at the painting floating quietly in the air, it felt like the painting had come to life. This feeling was very miraculous. It was different from the feeling of a secret treasure. A secret treasure only had a mental connection. However, this scarlet blood frost flame painting was a magic treasure. It required a connection between one's mind and blood. This scarlet blood frost flame painting was already a part of his body. Xiao Chen issued a command in his heart, and the unfurled scarlet blood frost flame painting immediately turned into a beam of dim light and entered Xiao Chen's chest, merging with his blood. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The painting instantly appeared in his hand. Ling Yu walked over and said, Xiao Chen, this scarlet blood frost flame painting is now your magic treasure. It is different from a secret treasure. If the magic treasure is destroyed, you will suffer mental damage of varying degrees. You do not have magic energy. Compared to a regular immortal cultivator, you will suffer mental damage several times more. Xiao Chen stood up to indicate that he understood. He had already comprehended that magic energy relied on mental energy. It was similar to how essence was transformed from quintessence to martial monarchs. Thus, if a strand of magic energy was damaged, it would result in mental damage many times over. Due to the rules of this world, Xiaoqin could not transform mental energy into magic energy. However, that did not mean that he would not have a chance in the future. Xiaoqin did not look at the various wonders of the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame painting. He put it away and said cautiously, "Let's go. We should head for the core island now." Ling Yu's eyes revealed some shock. She said, "Ever since you killed the 4 young masters, you seem to be in a rush." Xiaoqin revealed a helpless expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to. Such a mental state is not suitable for cultivation. However, Baijian is too much of a threat. I originally thought that he would sneak attack me after the 4 young masters made their move. However, he did not. There is definitely something strange going on. Baijian would not place all his hopes on the 4 young masters. He definitely knows what kind of person that green-robed young master is. He is just a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch." Ling Yu was very intelligent. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. She said, "You are afraid that he will inform the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. However, he does not have any evidence. The 4 noble clans will not be able to do anything to you." Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and said, "Sometimes, there is no need for evidence to kill someone. All that is needed is suspicion. It is not easy for me to determine what kind of people the 4 noble clans are. So, it is best to be more cautious. Let's go." When Ling Yu heard this, she entered deep thought. She recalled some of her own experiences and immediately felt the same way. In the sky above the eastern boundless sea to the northern boundless sea, Baijian operated the void battle armor with all his might. He entered the void and moved at Mach 15. Without the obstruction of air in the void, a cultivator's speed could be tripled. If they had a secret treasure, their speed could be doubled. The void battle armor was an inferior grade secret treasure. There were only 3 superior grade secret treasures in the entire Evil Moon Pavilion. One of them was in Baijian's hands. This clearly showed Baijian's position in the Evil Moon Pavilion. If this secret treasure was activated at full power, it could only be used once every half a year. However, it could be used continuously for 7 days. The Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master had given it to Baijian to protect his life. Once he entered the void, unless a sage changed the natural laws, even a peak martial monarch would not be able to do anything to him. I have already flown for 2 days. In another 4 hours, I should be able to reach the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance. Baijian calmly calculated the flight time in the void. He smiled and said, Xiaoqin, you forced me to use the void battle armor. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself." After Xiaoqin left the huge divine dragon worship, he rushed through the night, heading for the most dangerous place in the 3rd grade battlefield, the island core. Along the way, Xiaoqin also explored the various wondrous uses of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram. The Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram's predecessor was the Void Projection diagram. Naturally, its first wondrous use was to capture objects. Xiaoqin could capture any demon he saw into the diagram and trap them. After using it a few times, Xiaoqin discovered that capturing an enemy into the diagram was very taxing on mental energy. Furthermore, there were many limitations. First, he could not capture an enemy beyond 500 meters. Second, he had to be strong. If the enemy he wanted to capture was much stronger than him, it would be very difficult to do so. The second wondrous use of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost diagram was, of course, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. Xiaoqin could summon out the flame in the diagram to defend against enemies. Chapter 533. Xiaoqin could also use the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to create blood flame beasts to fight against enemies. However, Xiaoqin's current strength was limited. The blood flame beasts that he could summon were only as strong as martial saints. They could only be used as cannon fodder. Aside from this, what interested Xiao Qin even more was the hand holding the scarlet blood frost flame. If he guessed correctly, that should be the arm of an Emperor Wu. He didn't know how much of Emperor Wu's strength this arm could bring out. Even if it was only 1/10, it would be enough for Xiao Qin to do whatever he wanted. 1 week later, the most dangerous place in the level 3 battlefield, the outline of the core island appeared in Xiao Qian's vision. The clouds above the island seemed to be dyed with layers of black ink. It was pitch black and thick. There was not a trace of light on the island. It was truly dark. The core island had another name among martial artists, Nirvana Island. According to legend, when the divine phoenix was about to die, it would experience the torment of raging flames and a painful test. Once they passed the test, they would be refined and reborn within the flames. This was the phoenix's nirvana. The cultivators who were about to step onto the core islands were undoubtedly prepared to die. They were prepared to go through layers of trials and tribulations. Once one passed the test, one would similarly be reborn and obtain a sublimation. That was why this island was called Nirvana Island. Nirvana Rebirth. Xiao Qin muttered, there is still half a year left. I have to advance to half-step martial monarch. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, Xiao Qin walked towards Nirvana Island with a resolute gaze. What Xiao Qin did not know was that there was a heated discussion going on the divine dragon worship at this time, and the center of the discussion was him. Inside the hall, a few old men watched a scene projected in the air. The scene showed a white-robed bladesman with a calm expression and scarlet eyes killing the Northern Sea's green-robed young master. After that, he plotted to kill the white-robed young master. Finally, he fought 1 against 2 and killed the yellow-robed young master and blue-robed young master. Just like that, the 4 young masters of the Northern Sea all died at this person's hands. Several elders from the Northern Sea Alliance sat on the chairs and tables in the hall, their faces ashen. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen this scene, he still felt humiliated every time he saw it. The scion of one of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans actually died at the hands of a great Qin nation bladesman. Furthermore, that bladesman was only 20 years old. The scene stopped at the back of the white-robed bladesman and Leng Yu leaving. Bai Zhan smiled faintly and withdrew the returning light mirror. Elder Feng, do you believe that we have evidence now? An elder of the green-robed young master's clan, Ao Feng, said sinisterly. Feng Buyu frowned slightly. As the person in charge of the level 3 battlefield, he did not have much of an impression of Xiao Qin. After all, there were tens of thousands of martial artists here. It would be difficult for him to remember all of them. Since Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Qin, there was no need to bother. Just as Feng Buyu was about to speak, the white-haired old man beside him looked at Bai Zhan and said, "Young hero Bai, this is very strange. Since you were behind using the returning light mirror and watched as the 4 young masters were killed, why did you not make a move to save them?" Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Qin. However, this white-haired old man left a deep impression on him. Back when Xiao Qin was a medial-grade martial king, he was able to rank in the top 10 of the point ranking. Thus, this white-haired old man was certain that Xiao Qin was not a simple person. Now that something like this happened, the white-haired old man's first thought was that something was wrong. When the white-haired old man asked this question, the people of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans all looked at Bai Zhan suspiciously. Bai Zhan did not show any panic on his face. Clearly, he had expected this question. He replied calmly, "At that time, I did make a move. Unfortunately, this person's strength was too heaven-defying. In less than 10 moves, he severely injured me. Helpless, I could only rely on the void battle armor to hide in the void. That was how I managed to avoid this calamity." No one could find any fault with his explanation. Even if they could, they would not be able to find any fault with it. Even if they could, the people of the 4 noble clans would not be willing to find out. Now that the noble clan scion was dead, what they needed to do was find the murderer. Furthermore, they needed to make the murderer die a horrible death to protect the face of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 noble clans. Actually, the truth was not important. As long as they could resolve this matter perfectly, it would be fine. Between Bai Zhan and Xiao Qin, one was the first disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master and the other was a lone ranger without a sect. It was clear who to believe. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze from Bai Zhan and said indifferently, "It is common for cultivators to kill each other on the battlefield. Our divine dragon palace will not interfere. We cannot set a precedent. Hence, we will not help you use the point medallion to locate this person." Feng Buyu felt somewhat depressed. Why was the white-haired old man so protective of Xiao Qin? However, at this moment, the two of them were on the same side, so it was not convenient for him to ask. He could only see the leader of the 4 noble clans, Ao Feng, saying apologetically, "We cannot break the rules. If others know that we are using the point medallion to track them, no one will come to our eastern sea to participate in the experiential training. I can represent the Divine Dragon Palace in not interfering with your private actions. The Divine Dragon Palace will remain neutral in this matter." Ao Feng's expression turned hostile. He stood up and snorted coldly, "Remember what you said. Remain neutral. Let's go." After Feng Buyu saw the people of the 4 noble clans leave, he turned to the white-haired old man and said, "You seem to know that Xiao Qin." The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Back then, that Xiao Qin left a deep impression on me. After that, I looked into his information and discovered that he has the Heavenly Extermination Union backing him. It is best that we do not get involved in this mess." Feng Buyu nodded and said, "The Heavenly Extermination Union is indeed a super sect. Unfortunately, this person caused too much trouble. Otherwise, I would not mind helping him out, giving the Heavenly Extermination Union some face." This time, the 4 noble clans sent out a total of 8 people. All of them were martial monarchs. For 8 martial monarchs to deal with one Xiao Qin, it was easy to imagine how much importance the Northern Sea Alliance placed on Xiao Qin. Outside the hall, Ao Feng frowned and said, "Young Master Bai, do you know where that brat is hiding? We should deal with him quickly so that we can return." Bai Zhan shook his head and said, "I do not know. However, there is no need to rush. His points are frighteningly high. He will definitely come back and use them to exchange for items. You just need to wait for him." When the 8 martial monarchs heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were martial monarchs, it would be very difficult to search for a person in the vast sea. It would take a lot of time and effort. The cultivators who dared to step onto Nirvana Island were mostly Great Perfection half-step martial monarchs. There were many peak half-step martial monarchs like Sun Guangquan. Xiao Chen's overall combat prowess, including his secret treasures, was equal to a Great Perfection half-step martial monarch. He was qualified to step onto this Nirvana Island. However, he could not go too deep. When Xiao Chen's feet touched the surface of the sea, he felt his limbs stiffen. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness also felt an even stronger pressure. What strong mental pressure! No wonder Sun Guangquan chose this place to open his sea of consciousness. With such a strong pressure, it would be much easier to open the sea of consciousness here than outside. Xiao Qin moved around a little, allowing his limbs, blood, and body to get used to the environment of Nirvana Island. Nirvana Island was dark. The environment was very complicated. There were bushes, rocks, and everything else was in a mess. There was no pattern to it. There is a peak superior grade fire demon 2,000 meters away. It sensed you and is heading towards you. Leng Yu, who was beside Xiao Qin, could see very far with her purple eyes in the dark night. In this place, mental energy was suppressed. Leng Yu's eyes were more useful than Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Xiao Qin stopped moving, and his blood surged. He said with some anticipation, "A peak superior grade fire demon. Let's see what kind of opponent I will face in my first battle on Nirvana Island." After a few breaths, Xiao Qin also saw that peak superior grade fire demon. The flame on its head looked sinister in the darkness, like a ghost fire. Xiao Qin grasped his saber hilt with his right hand. His fighting spirit soared, and his essence surged. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. A surging energy surged around him, and his aura rose continuously. A peak superior grade fire demon was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The only thing it lacked was that it could not learn all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques like humans. As low-grade demons, they could only rely on their innate techniques to fight. This gave Xiao Qin the opportunity to kill it. Boom! 3 huge fireballs flew in 3 arcs in the dark night, heading for Xiao Qin. That peak superior grade fire demon had taken the initiative to attack. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast. It reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Xiao Qin bent his body slightly and rushed forward with wide strides. Bang! The fireballs on the left and right clashed, shattering the afterimage that Xiao Qin left behind. A deep pit 10 meters wide instantly appeared in the ground. Chop! Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber and moved like scarlet lightning in the dark night. He brought out the state of massacre at full power and split the fireball above him in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Qin shouted, and his figure wavered. He split into 9, hiding the killing intent in the air and turning into 9 cool breezes that blew away. When the cool breeze blew, the air, which had been frozen by the state of massacre, immediately flowed happily. The peak fire demon squinted, it knew the might of this move. The ground under Xiao Qin's feet exploded. As the shock waves surged, it instantly tossed the peak fire demon into the air. The instant the fire demon soared into the air, Xiao Qin's 9 figures merged back under his feet. The killing intent that filled the air, which had disappeared for a moment, suddenly burst out and crushed the countless rocks that the shock wave kicked up into powder. This saber strike had missed. What an intelligent fire demon! Unexpectedly, it knew how to use such a method to suddenly raise its speed. After Xiao Qin's attack missed, he quickly took advantage of the situation and chased after the fire demon in the air. The best way to deal with a fire demon was naturally to get close and kill it with one saber strike. Of course, that was assuming one could reach the fire demon alive. Bang! 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 The fire demon in the air continuously grew taller. It moved its hands skillfully, sending huge fireballs at Xiao Qin like a machine gun. The interval between each fireball was no more than 2 seconds. When seen from a distance, the fireballs looked like a fire snake biting Xiao Qin. Chapter 534. The solid crystalline saber light flickered continuously as Xiao Qin chopped the fireballs flying at him in half. Then, he calmly calculated the distance between him and the fire demon. Another 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. I'm there. Blue dragon tail whip. Hoo-chee. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's body moved in an arc, like the tail of a huge dragon. A strong wind blew as Xiao Qin arrived beside the fire demon in front. The peak fire demon's face was filled with astonishment. Its expression changed drastically. Clearly, it had not expected Xiao Qin to have such a strange movement technique. Ka-sie. The saber light flashed. Before the peak fire demon's horrified eyes, Xiao Qin chopped it in half at the waist. After extracting the demon core from the fire demon's chest, Xiao Qin slowly landed on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and started to digest the killing intent that this fire demon gave him. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes again. His gaze was clear, and the killing intent had completely vanished. The killing intent of a peak blood demon is indeed strong. This kind of test will allow me to perfectly grasp the state of massacre. Nirvana Island, I will definitely rise from the ashes on this Nirvana Island. In the following days, Ling Yu acted as Xiao Chen's eyes, helping him detect the demons in advance and determine their strength before deciding whether to kill them or not. Xiao Chen knew his own limits. He did not venture deeper into the island, only killing some peak demons in the periphery. Time slowly went by. On this island, where there was no day or night, Xiao Chen cultivated, killing and killing. Every day, he repeated the monotonous and dull life. Just like that, 5 months passed in a flash. During this time, the blood moon appeared 3 times. All the high-ranked demons on Nirvana Island went berserk. In the core of the island, the elite disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace and peak half-step martial monarchs from all over fought a bitter battle with the demons. Compared to the battle on the outpost islets, the battle on the outpost islets paled in comparison. For the first time, Xiao Chen clearly understood that this was the core of the entire battlefield. At this time, the demons would gather at the core area to attack the Divine Dragon Palace's camp. This gave Xiao Chen an opportunity to sneak over without being discovered by a large number of demons. Hence, every time the blood moon rose into the sky, Xiao Chen would watch the battles of these peak half-step martial monarchs. From there, he would learn all sorts of martial techniques and benefit greatly. What made Xiao Chen even happier was that he saw Sun Guangqiran among the group of peak half-step martial monarchs. This senior's cultivation was much more refined than before. He was one step closer to becoming a martial monarch. On this day, Xiao Chen lured over 5 top-tier fire demons in one go. He only used 10 moves to end the lives of these fire demons at the same time. A large number of red glowing spheres surged towards Xiao Chen's forehead. The pleasure of killing filled his whole body, but Xiao Chen's heart was calm, and there was no sign of him sinking into desire. Now, Xiao Chen could see things very clearly. His grasp of killing had become more skillful. He knew how to guide the desire to kill in his heart. Xiao Chen skillfully extracted the demon cores from the demons. Then, he asked calmly, Ling Yu, how long have we been on the island? 5 months and 16 days. Why? Xiao Chen muttered, let's go. It's time to go back. Xiao Chen's cultivation path had its ups and downs. After fighting for close to half a year, he had already reached the limits of his body. He was still young and did not need to risk his life like those peak martial monarchs in the core area of the island. This was because they did not have much lifespan left. Perhaps this was their last chance to advance to martial monarch. They had to risk their lives. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. They could not afford to waste their time here. That would be a great regret. When Xiao Chen walked out of the island and stepped onto the Scarlet Sea, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. His entire body felt very comfortable. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind this. After being under the mental pressure of the island for a long time, the mental pressure had decreased significantly. It would be strange if he did not feel relaxed. The originally dark Scarlet Sea now looked very bright in Xiao Chen's eyes. It looked like my eyes had benefited from being in the dark for a long time. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that Xiao Chen's reflection in the Scarlet Sea looked much older. After half a year of killing and experiential training, all the tenderness on his face was gone. When Xiao Chen looked at himself in the water, his heart skipped a beat. He had not looked at himself seriously for a long time. When he looked at himself seriously, he suddenly discovered that he had grown so much. Xiao Chen muttered softly, it's been 4 years. I did not expect 4 years to pass in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen had already been in this world for 4 years. 4 years ago, he did not know if he would have imagined that he would have such accomplishments today. What do you mean by 4 years? Ling Yu, who was at the side, asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen did not answer Lang Yu's question. He raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to see far into the distance. He said, "Someone is coming." Lang Yu raised her head and looked. Indeed, there was a small team of 9 people riding valiant royal blood horses at the limits of her vision. Clearly, their destination was the Nirvana Island behind Shaoqin. The auras of these 9 people were very strong. They were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The person leading them was a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. This person wore azure robes and had a handsome and elegant appearance. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He looked very similar to the green-robed young master. "The two of you, stop right there," the leader suddenly shouted as he passed by the two. That person's tone was very tyrannical. Shaoqin frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Royal blood horses could travel on water and were very fast. They were very expensive and could only be found in the boundless sea. Furthermore, there was no market for them, they were very difficult to buy. These 9 people each had a horse. Their origins were definitely not simple. Shaoqin thought for a while before turning around and asking, "What's the matter?" The cultivator in azure smiled faintly and looked at Lang Yu, who was beside Shaoqin. He said, "Get your woman to remove her veil for me to take a look." Shaoqin frowned and did not say anything. He only placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. "Brat, don't be so untactful. Do you know what kind of person my young master is?" "Ha ha. My young master just wants to take a look. It's not like you will die. If my young master takes a liking to you, you will be able to make a meteoric rise," the middle-aged cultivators behind the cultivator in azure said. When Lang Yu saw that Shaoqin could not sense it, she nodded slightly. She understood what Shaoqin meant. The purple mark on Lang Yu's forehead flickered with light. Her eyes released strands of pink light. The 9 people riding on the royal blood horses immediately felt dazzled. Their blood started to boil as they entered a hallucination. Ka-Xie. The lunar shadow saber was drawn at lightning speed. Then, Shaoqian's figure wavered and turned into 9 afterimages. He executed Qingyun Peak's secret technique, the clear wind chop, hiding a boundless killing intent in the gentle breeze. The cultivator in azure clothes reacted the fastest. He only used half a second to wake up from the hallucination. He slapped the back of his horse, and its speed increased explosively. In an instant, he flew more than 500 meters. However, a clone still managed to leave a bloody wound on his chest. Electricity flickered in the wound, and saber intent surged. The saber chi surged wildly in his chest, causing the cultivator in azure clothes immense pain. The other 8 people were only startled awake after Lang Yu's charm technique for a second. Just as they were about to make a move, they discovered a cool breeze blowing on them. Suddenly, a saber light appeared, and a surging killing intent burst forth. That killing intent was boundless, like a surging flood or a surging sea. The few of them had never felt such a vast killing intent before. In that instant, their bodies seemed to lose the ability to move. Before he could pull out the weapon in his hand, a stream of blood spurted out from his neck, and his head flew into the air. 1 second was sufficient for Shaoqin to do many things. When the cultivator in azure clothes in the air felt Shaoqin's surging killing intent and horrifying strength, he felt incredibly shocked. All the more, he did not expect Shaoqin to be so decisive, killing him without saying a word. "You are ruthless. If you have the guts, don't return to the divine dragon worship. I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Bang! The 9 figures merged back into one. Shaoqin sheathed his saber and watched the cultivator in azure clothes disappear into the distance. He did not give chase. "Should we give chase?" Lang Yu asked. Shaoqin shook his head and said, "There is no need. He is just a profligate son of a rich family. There is no need to bother with him. After cultivating on Nirvana Island for the first half of the year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already risen to peak superior grade Martial King. He only needed 6 more spirit-gathering pearls to break through to half-step Martial Monarch. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once he became a half-step Martial Monarch, he would not need to fear anyone under Martial Monarch. Xiao Chen did not fear such a greedy profligate son of a rich family. He could use miraculous medicinal pills and natural treasures to raise his cultivation. However, without tempering, what was the use of that? The two of them mounted a royal blood horse each and galloped forward. The royal blood horse was not as fast as a cultivator. However, it had great stamina. Without resting, it could travel day and night. It was very suitable for traveling long distances. The two traveled day and night. After 4 days, the 3 outpost islets appeared before their eyes. This place was already at the edge of the battlefield. There were many cultivators coming and going. Xiao Qin and Leng Yu, who rode on the royal blood horse, stood out from the many cultivators walking on the surface of the sea. They attracted many gazes. This was especially so for Leng Yu. Although she wore a fur coat and a veil, her exquisite figure, her exposed eyes, and her naturally bewitching aura made it clear that she was a beauty with one look. The veil added a sense of mystery to Leng Yu's aura. Everyone wanted to know what she looked like when she removed the veil. Xiao! Suddenly, 4 figures flew out from the outpost islets. These 4 people wore robes of 4 colors: green, yellow, white, and blue. They were the same as the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. They were all peak small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The 4 landed on the water and blocked Xiao Chen's path. The cultivator in green that Xiao Chen met a few days ago smiled coldly and said, "I said it before. If you dare to return to the divine dragon worship, I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Fourth brother, this is the person you were talking about. He is not even a half-step martial monarch, yet he managed to injure you to such an extent, the cultivator in white on the left said. The cultivator in green said angrily, "I was careless. I already said I was careless. The girl beside him is very strange. Don't look at her eyes." Chapter 535. Seeing the 4 people blocking Xiao Qin and Leng Yu's path, the cultivators passing by all gathered over curiously. Someone offended those 4 fellows again. They are probably in trouble again. Half a year ago, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters mysteriously disappeared. These 4 people call themselves the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters. In the past few battles of the Blood Moon, their performances were very eye-catching. Now, they are even more famous than the previous 4 young masters. Xianyuan Zhantian taught the 4 of them a lesson previously, but they did not change. They are still very arrogant. Some time ago, they even snatched a month's worth of our team's harvest. What can we do? They are the direct descendants of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The previous 4 young masters are probably dead. In the future, these 4 people will be the ones in charge of the Northern Sea. As the group discussed, Xiao Qin gained a better understanding of the situation in the past half a year. It looked like no one knew that he was the one who killed the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Or perhaps the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans did not publicize this matter. Regardless of which it was more beneficial to Xiao Qin. The cultivator in green did not let Xiao Qin off. He said, "Brat, if you are smart, you will immediately send the woman beside you over. Give me 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, and I will let you go." Naturally, Xiao Qin would not agree to such conditions. The warhorse galloped, kicking up splashes on the Scarlet Sea. Then, Xiao Qin charged over. Opposing blood sword. Breaking blade saber. Wind dragon burst. Iron fire fist. The four people smiled coldly and soared into the air. Four different states spread out in the air. Their auras merged as they executed their killing moves, preparing to work together to severely injure Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with these four people. He drew his lunar shadow saber and executed his strongest move while on horseback. Wukuei moves heaven. Under the guidance of Xiaoqian's saber intent, scarlet electric lights flickered continuously in the pitch-black demonic clouds in the sky, quickly gathering together. A kilometer in the sky, the thunderclouds formed the scarlet Wukuei tree. The tree grew rapidly, wildly absorbing the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, leaves flourished, and a row of divine trees covered the sky. The divine Wukuei tree grew several hundred meters tall. Clang 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 clang. When the divine Wukuei tree completely formed, everyone present felt like the entire sky was shaking. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have undergone some sort of change. The four of them suddenly discovered that no matter how they moved, they could not move at all. For a moment, they were panicking to the extreme. What's going on? What kind of martial skill is this? The scarlet divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky and instantly shattered the killing moves that the four just executed. All sorts of lights and essence flew everywhere. This move was unavoidable. Back when Xiaoqin was only a superior grade martial king, he used this move to defeat Xie Ziwen, a peak superior grade martial king. Now, his cultivation and slaughter intent had more than doubled, and his strength had increased greatly. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would not dare to clash head-on. These four relied on medicinal pills to raise their cultivation. How could they block it? Bang! In an instant, the scarlet divine Wukuei tree crushed the four's essence barrier. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the scarlet sea, unable to get up again. After defeating the four in one move, Xiaoqin ignored them. He sheathed his saber and rode the royal blood horse to the divine dragon warship on the surging scarlet sea. Damn! Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He defeated the Northern Sea's four young masters in one move. He is already on par with Xianyuan Zhantian. Indeed, I have never heard of this person in the top 10 of the point ranking. This fellow did not even say a word, but he gave off a very tyrannical feeling. He is even more tyrannical than Xianyuan Zhantian. When the people at the side saw Xiaoqin leave, their shock was indescribable. It was hard to imagine that there was a youth on the same level as Xianyuan Zhantian in the deep-sea battlefield. On the divine dragon warship, Xiaoqin brought Lang Yu to the exchange room. He had been stuck at peak superior grade martial king for a long time already and urgently needed spirit-gathering pearls to break through. The moment Xiaoqin entered the hall, he immediately felt a few sneaky gazes directed at him. After a few glances, Xiaoqin ignored them. The point ranking was still very crowded. Xiaoqin casually glanced at the rankings. Xianyuan Zhantian was still in first place. Bai Zhan had been pushed to fourth place. The second and third places were occupied by the leaders of the Western Sea's 7 knights and the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. As for Xiaoqian's own ranking, he did not even see the 50th place. So, he could not be bothered to look at it. The strength of the demons on Nirvana Island could not be compared to the demons outside. Thus, it was understandable that Xiaoqian's points rose slower. However, the benefits he gained were much greater. Without a doubt, the experience he gained from sparring with the strong was incomparable to that of the weak. Wait for me here. I'm going to the exchange room, Xiaoqin instructed Lang Yu, who was beside him. After queuing for 15 minutes, Xiaoqin entered the exchange room for the second time. When the white-haired old man saw Xiaoqin enter, his calm expression immediately changed. Shock appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his calm. Xiaoqin took out his jade pendant and went straight to the point. 8,000 points. Help me exchange for 6 spirit-gathering pearls. As for the remaining 2,000, help me exchange them for superior-grade spirit stones. The white-haired old man received the jade pendant and looked at it. There were indeed 8,000 points. Then, he handed out the jade pendant and smiled. Little friend, you might be disappointed. The spirit-gathering pearls have already been exchanged. Xiaochen frowned and asked, why? The white-haired old man explained, the Divine Dragon Palace only has one martial sage. How could they have so much time to refine spirit-gathering pearls? They can only refine 100 a year. That was indeed the case. Refining spirit-gathering pearls would exhaust a martial sage's life cultivation. There would definitely be a limit to how many spirit-gathering pearls he could refine. Xiaochen could not help but feel disappointed. Without spirit-gathering pearls, he might need another half a year to break through his bottleneck. If he was unlucky, it might take even longer. However, I can help you exchange for 6. Use your 8,000 points. The white-haired old man changed the topic and took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. Xiaochen was not in a rush to receive the white-haired old man's spirit-gathering pearls. He muttered to himself for a while before asking, Senior, why are you helping me? The white-haired old man handed the spirit-gathering pearls over and smiled. Ha ha! Are you afraid that I will harm you? You are someone who even dared to kill the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Do you not even have this bit of courage? Xiaochen smiled faintly. His expression did not change. However, he tightened his grip on his saber. He said, Senior, don't speak nonsense. The 4 young masters are powerful people. How can I afford to offend them? You are not going to admit it. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean already used the returning light mirror to record the scene of you killing the 4 young masters. Currently, the hall is filled with the Northern Sea Alliance's spies. The news of your appearance has probably already been sent to the North Sea by the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. In an hour, the North Sea Alliance's elders will be sent over by the ancient teleportation formation. If I were you, I would definitely take my things and leave immediately. The white-haired old man laughed softly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiaochen's face sank. He carefully put away the spirit-gathering pearls and quickly stood up. He said, Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I will repay this kindness in the future. Bai Zhan indeed had a backup plan. Unexpectedly, his plan was very detailed. Back then, regardless of whether the Northern Sea's 4 young masters succeeded or not, they still forced me to a dead end. However, 1 hour is sufficient for me to leave for a long time. After leaving the exchange room, Xiaochen looked around. When he found Leng Yu, he quickly walked over and said, Come with me. Let's leave this place quickly. When Leng Yu saw Xiaochen's hostile expression, she knew that something had happened. She quickly followed behind Xiaochen. Immediately, Xiaochen moved quickly in the large hall, pushing aside all the cultivators in his way. He did not stop at all. This infuriated the people around him, causing them to curse at him. However, Xiaochen just ignored them. However, after walking for less than 5 minutes, someone appeared in front of Xiaochen. This was the person that he did not want to see the most. Bai Zhan. Xiaochen said sullenly as he revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Within the crowd, Bai Zhan stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly and said, White-robed bladesman, why are you in such a rush? Where are you going? You have not been back for half a year already. Are you not going to rest? Xiaochen did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He said sullenly, Move aside. Bai Zhan raised his eyelids slightly and remained silent. He did not move at all, showing no intention of moving aside. Xiao. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and his figure flashed. A strong wind blew as he prepared to move past Bai Zhan. In another hour, the elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans would arrive. Xiaoqin did not want to waste time with Baijian. If there were any grudges, they could settle them later. Baijian moved his feet slightly and blocked Xiaoqin. He said indifferently, "If you want to leave, ask me first." Who? Xiaoqin moved back and soared into the air. Baijian pushed off the ground and blocked Xiaoqin again. This repeated 4 or 5 times. Even when Xiaoqin used his clones, Baijian managed to block Xiaoqin at the last moment. After Baijian blocked Xiaoqin's way again, the rage on Xiaoqin's face vanished. He moved back slightly and gently landed on the ground. He said calmly, "This is the last time. Are you leaving or not?" Baijian shook his head and said, "Are you threatening me? I don't think you have the qualifications to say that." The two of them looked at each other and their auras rose continuously. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew on the calm ground. The surrounding people all felt that something was wrong. They quickly moved to the side, leaving an empty space for the two of them. Baijian was very famous. He was the only peak genius of the great Jin nation to come here. After half a year, almost everyone knew about him. They all felt that his strength was unfathomable and that he was a true genius cultivator. As for Xiaoqin, he had disappeared for half a year. Very few people remembered him. Who is this person? He just defeated the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters at the outpost islets. Why is he fighting with Baijian now? Baijian is not someone that the Northern Sea's 4 young masters can compare to. He has been ranked in the top 5 for a long time. His strength is not just for show. There might be a good show to watch. This person does indeed have the strength to challenge Baijian. The surrounding people discussed the situation, waiting to watch a good show. Xiaoqin placed his right hand on his saber hilt. A murderous intent spread out in his eyes. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared at Baijian, waiting for a lightning-quick strike. Hua! Just at this moment, faint golden lines suddenly appeared in the great hall where the exchange room was located. The lines quickly connected together, forming a complicated formation. Strands of spiritual energy flowed out continuously from it. Chapter 536. An ancient teleportation formation. One teleportation costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What is going on? Someone exclaimed when he recognized the formation. Baijian's expression relaxed. He looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was already a dead man with only 1 hour left to live. There is no time, I cannot wait any longer. Dong! 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 Xiaoqin bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Suddenly, he started running. A strong wind blew as he ran. Baijian's gaze turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "How reckless. You actually dare to make a move against me." The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Baijian stretched out his hand from behind him and a huge ice palm suddenly appeared. It pressed down on Xiaoqin. Break! There was a flash of purple light as Xiaoqin drew his saber. A surging killing intent surged out like a flood. The huge ice palm was chopped in half just like that. It shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. When Baijian saw Xiaoqin break out of the ice, he was astonished. Shock appeared in Baijian's eyes. Half a year ago, Xiaoqin had to use his trump card to break this move. Now, he dealt with it with one saber strike. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Xiaoqin's figure wavered and split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared, and the killing intent that filled the air suddenly vanished. As the cool breeze blew, it drifted towards Baijian. The torrential killing intent suddenly vanished. The frozen air also relaxed. The surrounding people were all astonished. What a fellow! His control over his killing intent has reached a level where he can control it freely. I can control it freely as well. However, my killing intent is not on the same level as his. This fellow is quite strong. Bai Zhan was slightly astonished as well. It was hard to imagine that in less than half a year, Xiaoqin had grown to such a level. However, I have not been standing still for the past half a year. Bai Zhan did not lose much confidence in himself. He still believed that he would have the last laugh. Furthermore, he only needed to last for 1 hour. At that time, the 8 martial monarchs would be enough to kill Xiaoqin in an instant. 1,000 flaming palm. Bai Zhan shouted angrily as he moved his hands, which were behind his back. The surrounding cold air suddenly surged intensely, becoming incomparably hot. The transition between the concepts of ice and fire was as pure as fire and as smooth as flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. Countless flaming palms descended from the sky. The flaming palms were so real that the lines on the palms could be seen clearly. Each thread was extremely lifelike. Bang, bang, bang. The palm landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. The special deck of the divine dragon warship could not withstand the power of the flaming palm. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, causing them to lose their footing. Xiaoqian's 9 figures moved like the wind, moving between the flaming palms. Not a single one of them touched him as he rushed towards Bai Zhan. Just as the 9 figures approached, they merged together. An overwhelming killing intent that had been silent for a long time surged out. A saber light flashed as Xiaoqin hacked down. Morning Ice Soul Palm. Bai Zhan shouted and the flaming palms in the air gathered towards Bai Zhan's hand like raindrops. They formed a bone-chilling palm imprint. Fire and ice instantly switched. Bang! The saber light struck the palm imprint and a surging shock wave immediately burst out. The surging essence on the saber exploded out. Bai Zhan's complexion paled as he was knocked back 100 meters by this saber strike. He had a surprised expression on his face. He had actually lost in a contest of essence. Paw! Paw! Bai Zhan sent out 2 palm strikes in the air. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold wind howled with 1 palm strike and a surging heat wave with the other. Xiaoqin was immediately sandwiched between the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He felt very uncomfortable and his movements slowed down. Bai Zhan's combat experience was very rich, the 4 young masters could not compare to him. When he saw Xiaoqin reveal an opening, he immediately took advantage of it. His figure flashed and he sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin's body from the side. This palm strike contained the energy of ice. It was bone-chilling, invading Xiaoqin's meridians and blood. Boom! Bai Zhan laughed maniacally and swung his left hand. However, his left hand contained a boundless energy of fire. Close combat had rendered Xiaoqin's saber useless. Bai Zhan was prepared to take down Xiaoqin in 1 spurt of energy and trample on him. This was a good plan. However, Bai Zhan did not know that Xiaoqin's close combat techniques were no weaker than his saber techniques. Berserk Dragon Fist. A resonant dragon roar resounded and an azure dragon head appeared on Xiaoqin's left hand. Then, he sent out a dragon fist. When the fist and palm collided, sparks flew everywhere. Xiaoqin's horrifying strength exploded out. Bai Zhan felt his arm go numb, and he lost all feeling. This punch knocked him back 10 meters in midair. However, Xiaoqin did not move back at all. He gently swung his lunar shadow saber and drew a scarlet arc. Electricity flickered on the arc as it blocked Bai Zhan, who was charging forward again. The 2 of them exchanged blows in midair. Horrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, startling the surrounding cultivators. Bai Zhan's combat techniques were very good. When he realized that his essence was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, he immediately changed his strategy. Using the two extremes of ice and fire, he clashed with Xiao Chen. For a short period of time, he was not at a disadvantage. The two of them executed their killing moves in midair. All sorts of martial techniques appeared, giving off resplendent lights. They were evenly matched in midair. It was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Bai Zhan slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was simply too strong. The killing intent seeped into Bai Zhan's bones, slowly affecting his performance. At first, it did not affect him much. However, as time passed, his mental state started fluctuating. When Bai Zhan attacked, he could not control himself and revealed an opening. Xiao Chen caught hold of it and a horrifying saber wound appeared on his body. At some point in time, Xianyuan Zhantian, who was riding on his royal dragon horse, appeared in the crowd. He watched the two fighting in midair with interest. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes and the Western Sea's 7 knights were also attracted by this exciting battle. They all stopped to watch, occasionally commenting on it. Bai Zhan took some time to glance at the transportation formation in the air. He saw that 8 figures had already appeared in 8 different locations on the transportation formation. When the 8 figures solidified, the people on the other side would be completely transported over. I can't wait any longer. If I drag this out, I will lose for sure. Bai Zhan executed a big move and forced back Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly pulled himself out and soared into the air. He looked at Xiao Chen and said sternly, "Do you dare to decide victory or defeat in one move?" Xiao Chen brandished the saber in his hand and pointed it at Bai Zhan. He said softly, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Bai Zhan shouted ferociously, and the spiritual energy of ice and fire gathered and merged. Ice and fire were two extremely conflicting attributes. Under Bai Zhan's control, they actually merged and formed a huge whirlpool in front of him. It looked very strange. The whirlpool contained both the berserk of raging flames and the cold of ice. When the two attributes merged, they formed a new energy. Countless ice shards and sparks instantly spewed out of the whirlpool. The energy of the ice shards and sparks was startling. When the ice shards struck the surrounding people, severe wounds immediately appeared on their faces. They felt incomparably painful, like they had been cut by a knife. This startled the others. They quickly brought out their protective essence. When the sparks and ice shards struck the protective essence, they immediately gave off bang, bang sounds. Ice and fire oppose each other. This is the law of nature. How could they merge? This is too inconceivable. How did this move work? I can't figure it out at all. Xianyuan Zhantian's expression changed slightly as well. After a while, he muttered, "So that's how it is. It is not a true merger. Instead, it forms a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will erupt with horrifying energy, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent." The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes continued, "Ice and fire cannot coexist. Forcefully merging them will only result in great destruction. Before he makes his move, he suppresses this destructive force, allowing his opponent to bear the brunt of it." What a brilliant idea! The Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan truly lives up to his reputation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak genius of the Great Jin Nation, the leader of the Western Sea's 7 Knights side. His tone was filled with admiration. When the experts present saw Bai Zhan's move, they all nodded in agreement. They all retreated a few hundred meters. Even Xianyuan Zhantian was no exception. This was because they could already imagine how destructive this move would be. If they were struck by the aftershocks, they would not feel good. Die! Raging ice flame wave. Bai Zhan pushed his hands forward ferociously. The whirlpool of ice and fire in front of him immediately turned into a spiraling, two-colored light. It spun continuously as it flew at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Originally, he was prepared to use Wukuei moves heaven to deal with his opponent. However, when he saw Bai Zhan's raging ice flame wave, he immediately knew that Wukuei moves heaven would not be able to withstand this destructive force. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin had an idea. He muttered to himself, "I'll use that move. I'll use the power of heaven and earth to deal with the destructive force of your raging ice flame." Xiao Qin circulated the four-season saber technique in his meridians. A cold wind blew in the surroundings. Amid the cold wind, the crowd seemed to see snowflakes drifting down. Ice sealed the surrounding for thousands of kilometers. It was a boundless cold. All the creatures in the world entered hibernation. "This is strange. Why do I feel like it's late winter?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the cold wind and falling snowflakes, Xiao Qian's saber suddenly moved. A clap of thunder resounded. The thunder contained a desolate killing intent. When the thunder roared, all the cold wind and snowflakes instantly disappeared. Instead, a spring breeze caressed their faces, and all living things came back to life. They all woke up from their hibernation state and began to chirp. This move was the first move of the four-season saber technique, the spring saber. Xiao Qin took the meaning of spring thunder. It carried a killing qi, commanding all the beasts in the world to cry out in unison. A surging energy burst forth from the saber along with the roar of thunder. This was the power of heaven and earth. After winter came spring, the cycle of the world was unstoppable. A boundless energy spread out from the saber. This was the pure power of heaven and earth. The cycle of the four seasons, the end of winter and the arrival of spring. Xiao Qin used the spring thunder as a guide to infuse this cycle into his saber technique. A surging energy surged out. Chapter 537. The shock wave formed by the fusion of ice and raging flames could no longer maintain its balance. It exploded like a berserk dragon or a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. A strong wind blew and countless chaotic energy flows appeared in space. Several of the cultivators did not retreat too far and were struck by the chaotic energy flows. They immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, their complexions turning extremely pale. The power of the fusion of ice and fire is truly startling. The others quickly retreated another 100 meters, feeling even more astonished in their hearts. However, just as the shock wave was about to reach Xiao Qin, it was broken by the power of the world on Xiao Qian's saber. Xiao! A sharp saber light turned into a spring breeze, splitting the cold shock wave in half. As the spring breeze blew, all sorts of birds and beasts cried out. Everything came to life. The power of the world turned all the chaotic energy flows into nothingness. That ferocious shockwave was slowly dispelled by this saber strike. What saber technique is this? I can actually feel the power of the world. Unexpectedly, the shock wave of ice and raging flames was completely dissipated. It did not have any effect at all. When everyone saw such a strange scene, they were shocked. Xianyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's four heroes, and the others all frowned. They did not understand what was happening. The spring breeze formed by the saber light did not lose its momentum. Before Bai Zhan's horrified gaze, it arrived before him and struck his chest. The energy contained in the wind immediately surged out. Bai Zhan did his best to block, but he felt like he was facing the world. That energy was astonishingly strong. Pu Ci. After a while, Bai Zhan's defense broke. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and stood upright. He felt somewhat dizzy. After checking himself, he discovered that he had exhausted a significant amount of essence and mental energy. Unexpectedly, this move exhausted a large amount of mental energy and essence. Drawing the power of the world into saber technique was indeed not that easy. Xiao Qin shifted his gaze to the ancient transportation formation and ignored Baijian. The elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans were his true threat. As for Baijian, he could no longer stop Xiao Qin. The bitter cultivation on Nirvana Island for half a year was no joke. Xiao Qin soared up and pointed his saber at the ancient transportation formation. He needed to destroy the transportation formation. Otherwise, if 8 martial monarchs attacked together, he would not have any chance of surviving. You want to destroy the transportation formation? Dream on. Baijian, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state. He no longer had his earlier calmness. He roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin frowned slightly, feeling extremely furious in his heart. You, Baijian, have tried to kill me time and time again, using all sorts of schemes to force me to stay on Nirvana Island for half a year. He had schemed to make Xiao Qin offend the Northern Sea's 4 great clans, forcing him to end the experiential training early. Now, he had come to obstruct him again and again. Did he really think that Xiao Qin had killed someone? Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and burned his vital qi as he punched. Bang! A dragon fist descended from the burning azure clouds in the sky. It was like a meteor crashing down. It instantly struck Baijian's head and smashed him to the ground. Xiao Qin's hands did not stop moving. He turned his fist into a claw and opened the dragon fist. A blue dragon hidden in the clouds gave off a resonant dragon roar. The dragon claw descended from the sky and pressed down on Baijian, who had just stood up. Cracks spread out on the ground, and Baijian fell with a bang. Hu Qi! Xiao Qin's figure flashed and he quickly arrived before the hole. He stretched out his hand and pulled Baijian up. Baijian's entire body was in pain. When he saw Xiao Qin pull him up, he sent out an ice palm. Xiao Qin kicked and the force in his leg exploded forth. He shattered the huge ice palm with a bang. Baijian was knocked back again. Who asked you to play tricks? Today, I will beat you up. I don't care if you are the last disciple of the evil moon pavilion. Since you want to kill me, I will repay you tenfold. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin's figure flashed as he activated the blood flame shoes. His speed was very fast as he punched and kicked Baijian. Baijian did his best to block, but it was to no avail. Baijian was severely injured by Xiao Qin's spring thunder chop. Then, he suffered from the burning the heavens. How could he block Xiao Qin's attacks? Xiao Qin beat him up in the air until he did not even look human. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Void battle armor. At the critical moment, Baijian had no choice but to take out his trump card. A light flickered on his body, and a crack appeared in the space behind him. He quickly hid in it and fled in a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qin, so what if you fight to your heart's content? The transportation formation will be ready soon. The 8 martial monarchs of the 4 noble clans will come out together. You are destined to die. When I completely merge the ice and the raging flame and ascend to the position of Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Your friends and family will suffer a fate worse than death because of you. I want you to die in peace. The crack in space slowly closed, and Baijian's roars came from within. Xiao Qin remained expressionless. He waved his right hand, and when the crack closed completely, the thunder fire sword in his palm shot out. A miserable cry came from the crack. Chi! Chi! The thunder fire sword circled around in the air and shrank back to the size of a palm. Then, it landed in Xiao Qin's hand. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the blade. You were stabbed in the chest. I hope you are still alive. Xiao Chen returned the thunder fire sword to his palm. Then, he flew to the top of the ancient transportation formation with a grave expression. The lines on the formation gave off a resplendent light. At this moment, the 8 figures looked very solid. They would soon break out of the formation. Could this transportation formation be used to deal with him? What exactly did this person do? Unexpectedly, he provoked the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans into activating the ancient transportation formation to deal with him. First, he killed the Northern Sea's new 4 young masters with 1 saber strike. Then, he defeated the evil moon pavilions by Jean. It is such a pity for such a genius to fall. Why is he not running quickly? What is he doing there? Does he think he can break the transportation formation? With the 8 martial monarchs working together, there would be no surprises. Even someone as strong as Xianyuan Zhantian would not survive. When the people below saw the resplendent transportation formation, they all felt it was a pity. The transportation formation required 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones to activate. Once it was activated, even a martial monarch would find it hard to break. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he continuously scanned the formation with his spiritual sense, searching for the flaws of the formation. The Compendium of Cultivation had a lot of knowledge and introduction regarding formations. Xiao Chen was more familiar with formations than anyone else. If it was a complete formation, he would not be able to break it with his strength. However, if it was not a complete formation, it would be hard to say. I found it. It is indeed as I expected. How can an ancient formation be so easy to fix? Xiao Chen muttered as he focused his gaze on a certain node in the formation. A painting flew out of Xiao Chen's body. He held it in his right hand and unfurled it with his left. The lotus-shaped scarlet blood frost flame floated out of the palm in the painting. Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it quickly descended towards that incomplete node. When everyone saw the scarlet blood frost flame descend, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Qi! When the scarlet blood frost flame landed on that node, the scarlet flame immediately burned intensely. The extremely complicated and resplendent formation started to tremble. The entire space started to shake, and suddenly, the world started to spin. The huge divine dragon worship started to shake as well, and everyone started to panic for no apparent reason. Ka-Xie. The weakest node finally broke under the burning of the scarlet blood frost flame. Like dominoes, cracks began to appear on the formation. Kacha. An ancient transportation formation, something that seemed to be a mythical transportation formation, actually shattered right before everyone's eyes. The 8 corporeal human figures also gradually became illusory and ethereal. They flickered incessantly and finally disappeared one by one. Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "It's over." Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to withdraw the scarlet blood frost flame, the final figure in the formation flickered wildly. Before the formation completely vanished, it turned into a real figure. A martial monarch green-robed old man had teleported over at the last moment. Ignorant child, you killed the 4 inheritors of my Northern Sea clan's clan head. Do you really think you can deceive everyone? Bang! The green-robed old man punched. A fist made of quintessence smashed the scarlet blood frost flame into lotus petals with a "pa" sound and sent it back into the painting. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. He was so fast that no one could catch him with their eyes. In an instant, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he sent a sharp kick at Xiao Chen's head. When the green-robed old man kicked, the surrounding wind howled. The air around his feet spiraled, forming an intense storm. The aura of this kick was startling, shocking everyone. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen's hand touched the handle of the lunar shadow saber, the kick landed on his chest. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Xiao Chen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The quintessence in his feet surged wildly into his body. The quintessence that surged out from the crystal chi whirlpool immediately vanished without a trace. It could not resist at all. The quintessence swept through Xiao Chen's meridians and rushed into his chest. His internal organs immediately turned into a mess. Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat as he vomited another mouthful of blood. Quintessence was quintessence. No matter how pure and vast Xiao Chen's essence was, he could not resist it. The difference between the two was like the difference between wood and steel. No matter how hard wood was, how could it compare to steel? After struggling for a while, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He pushed off the ground and activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed instantly broke through Mach 4. He grabbed Leng Yu and rushed forward. When Leng Yu saw the pale Xiao Chen, she said worriedly, "Are you all right? I have a way to deal with him. Don't say anything." There was not much fluctuation in Xiao Chen's tone. However, there was an irrefutable meaning in his words. Chapter 538. The green-robed old man in the air revealed shock in his eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this kick. Even a peak half-step martial monarch would be severely injured by this kick. However, Xiao Chen still had the strength to stand up. Not only that, but he was even able to run so fast. What a strong physical body. The green-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are just a martial king. Die. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. It was like he teleported and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he stored up some energy and gathered his quintessence at his feet. The surrounding air turned into a whirlwind that moved quickly under his feet. At this moment, even the wind was sucked in by the green-robed old man. It was like this was an order that no one dared to disobey. Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes behind him. He did not even bother to look. Instead, he turned around and kicked. Since Xiao Chen was not as fast as the green-robed old man, he could only predict his movements. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen's kick landed on the green-robed old man's foot. He vomited another mouthful of blood and flew back again. He spun in the air and dissipated the force of the kick. Then, he continued flying forward. The first time, you did not even see my footsteps. This time, you managed to predict my movements and even borrowed my force to flee further. The green-robed old man's face sank. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he quickly gave chase. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned his head to take a look. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. With a thought, an overwhelming purple flame shot out from his right eye. The green-robed old man was flying too fast. He was hit in an instant. His clothes and hair were immediately set on fire. Pooh! A strong quintessence burst out of the old man's body. The purple flame burned for a breath of time before it was completely extinguished. The old man's clothes were burned to tatters. His hair gave off strands of black smoke. He looked very miserable. The green-robed old man was not injured. However, he was extremely angry. A bona fide martial monarch was reduced to such a state by a junior. Damn it! I will definitely kill you today. Intense sonic booms resounded in the air. The green-robed old man pushed his movement technique to its limits. In a few breaths, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder fire sword in his palm. Then, without even looking, he turned around and ran. The purple flames on the thunder flame sword burned slowly. After Leng Yu refined the thunder flame sword, its speed and might increased by more than 4 times. The explosive force within 100 meters could reach Mach 5 or more. The sword did not miss its target. The azure-robed old man had just arrived in front of Xiao Chen when the thunder fire sword arrived before him, startling him. Chi! The sword blade didn't give him any time to react before it shot towards him. At this moment, it was obviously too late for him to use the Jin Yuan shield again. At this critical moment, the old man could only tilt his head to the side. The thunder fire sword, which was as fast as a meteor, brushed past his cheek. The sharp chi on the sword's edge left a shallow wound on the left side of his face. With this delay, Xiaoqian managed to escape again. Furthermore, Xiaoqian left a wound on his face. After being continuously played by a junior, the old man was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, damn it." Bang! Bang! He stomped heavily on the ground twice, causing the entire ground to tremble. The surrounding people were shaken to the point where they swayed left and right. This showed how much force was contained in that stomp. "I don't believe I can't catch you." The green-robed old man shouted angrily and chased in a straight line. Some of the buildings in front of him were directly smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense locked firmly on the azure-clad old man. Even without looking behind him, he could sense the other party's every move. Xiao Chen gently floated down and put Ling Yu down. Then, he turned around and faced the old man. He opened the 24 acupoints on his arms and the 2 blue dragon tattoos moved quickly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the green-robed old man saw Xiao Chen stop, looking like he wanted to block him, he smiled in disdain. He opened his right palm and condensed quintessence. His palm immediately lit up with a resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Roar! Roar! 2 resonant dragon roars resounded. The blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms came to life. They left his arms and turned into 2 realistic dragon chi. They roared ferociously and charged forward, bearing their fangs and claws. The dragon roars resounded and dragon might spread out. The blue dragon seemed real as it glared angrily at the green-robed old man. Unexpectedly, a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragons intersected and crashed into the green-robed old man's palm. A surging energy burst out and formed a circular azure shockwave that spread out rapidly. Several cultivators were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The green-robed old man was astonished. He unconsciously retreated several steps. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Xiaoqian had fled far away with Ling Yu. This white-robed bladesman is very powerful. He managed to dodge several times. His opponent is a martial monarch. If I were facing a martial monarch, I would have to admit defeat before the fight even started. How could I still have such fighting spirit? Martial monarchs have already refined their essence into quintessence. They are on a completely different level from us. It is surprising that this white-robed bladesman could last for so long. He might have really managed to escape. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xiaoqian force back the green-robed martial monarch again, they discussed in astonishment. When the green-robed old man heard these words, it was like a slap to his face. His face, which had been charred by the purple thunder true fire, could not help but tremble. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes and watched Xiaoqian flee quickly. He was thoroughly enraged. His clothes fluttered continuously as a strong wind blew behind him. The aura of a martial monarch soared wildly. Come back. The green-robed old man opened his right hand and a strong whirlwind appeared in his palm, heading for Xiaoqian. This time, the green-robed old man did not hold back at all. The quintessence in his body surged as he brought out his full strength. The whirlwind quickly caught up to Xiaoqian. An irresistible suction pulled Xiaoqian back step by step. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Xiaoqian did his best to resist. However, his body still moved back uncontrollably. This was the result of the huge difference in strength. No matter what technique he used, he could not dodge it. Enough. Xianyuan Zhantian, who had been watching from the side for a long time, could no longer stand it. He spat out 2 words and rode on the mixed-blood royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and charged over. The purple cloak on Xianyuan Zhantian's back fluttered continuously. An azure flood dragon spiraled around the heavenly halberd, carrying a boundless aura. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Xianyuan Zhantian, made his move. The green-robed old man's face sank. He did not dare to be careless against this halberd. The whirlwind in his palm stopped and he sent a palm strike to meet Xianyuan Zhantian's halberd. Bang! When the green-robed old man's palm strike landed on the halberd, the spiraling flood dragon immediately shattered into tiny purple flood dragon chi. A surging quintessence spread out from the halberd. The royal dragon horse neighed and raised its front hooves. It looked like it would fall at any moment. Xianyuan Zhantian pressed down hard and the royal dragon horse's hooves fell back to the ground. In the end, it managed to withstand the peak strike of a martial monarch. The green-robed old man looked at Xianyuan Zhantian and shouted angrily, "Xianyuan Zhantian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Xianyuan Zhantian, who was on the horse, snorted coldly. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, the palm strike from the old man was not easy to deal with. "I just can't stand you bullying the weak. You are already so old, yet you keep making a move against a junior. The funniest thing is that you have never succeeded. I feel embarrassed for you." The old man's complexion turned ashen. He looked at Xianyuan Zhantian with a hostile gaze. He said coldly, "Didn't the Divine Dragon Palace's people instruct you? This brat killed the scions of our Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The Northern Sea Alliance will not let him go." Xianyuan Zhantian mocked, "To think you are not embarrassed to say that. 1 person killed the scions of the 4 noble clans. That means he is just trash. What qualifications does such trash have to lead the Northern Sea Alliance? So what if he is killed? You." The green-robed old man pointed at Xianyuan Zhantian. He was so angry that he could not speak. "I will not waste my breath with you. I only have 1 question. Are you using your status as the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master to stop me?" Xianyuan Zhantian brandished his heavenly war halberd and smiled. "Why the need to use the Divine Dragon Palace to suppress me? I am me. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. If you want to make a move, just come and try." Ha ha. I have long heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king is arrogant and ignorant. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. I will show you the difference between a martial monarch and a martial king. The green-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. He stood upright with his hands behind his back, and a murderous intent slowly brewed in his eyes. Dong! 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 7 young cultivators wearing silver battle armor walked out of the crowd. They were the Western Sea's 7 knights. The leader looked at the green-robed old man and smiled coldly. "How awe-inspiring. You are only an inferior-grade martial monarch at the age of 60 or 70, yet you dare to put on airs. We, the Western Sea's 7 knights, want to see what kind of martial monarch you are. When the younger generation fights, life and death are always up to fate. The older generation is not allowed to interfere. We, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, want to see how capable you are." Another 4 handsome young men and women walked out of the crowd and looked at the green-robed old man with a fiery gaze. Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat flabbergasted. Xianyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the Western Sea's 7 knights were actually helping him at such a crucial moment. The sudden reversal of the situation also surprised the other cultivators. However, after thinking about it, they understood. The times had changed. The geniuses of the younger generation all had their own common ground. In this era, if the older generation did not abide by the rules, they would make a move. This made Xiaochen understand what era he was in. The strength that Xiaochen displayed proved that he was a genius cultivator as well. If Xiaochen fell like that, the other genius cultivators would feel it was a pity. The green-robed old man looked at the group of people. Then, his aura exploded out, forcing everyone to take a step back. He said coldly, "Is there any use in numbers?" There was an insurmountable gap between martial monarchs and martial kings. Even with so many half-step martial monarchs working together, they might not be a match for the old man. Chapter 539. When Xiaochen was a superior-grade martial saint, he could kill an inferior-grade martial king. He could also easily escape from a medial-grade martial king. However, when one reached martial monarch, it was very different. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even an inferior-grade martial monarch could sweep through any genius cultivator without any pressure. The changes brought about by refining essence into quintessence were not something a martial king could comprehend. What if I am included? Just as everyone felt a huge pressure, an indifferent shout came from the air. The voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a saber or sword. A sharp saber intent accompanied this voice as it came from the sky. It immediately pushed back the green-robed old man's aura mercilessly. Whing! 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 The two auras clashed in the air, and the sound of battle rang out. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing against each other. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. The green-robed old man's aura was pushed back. Finally, it was pushed back into his body. The surrounding youths of the boundless sea immediately felt the pressure on them vanish. They felt much more relaxed. When they looked up, they saw a figure holding a saber in the air. He drew a long scarlet line behind him, drifting up and down with the wind. That person raised his head slightly, and the scarlet line behind him quickly returned to his body and infused into the saber. Then, he hacked at the green-robed old man. Chi! Chi! A scarlet saber light came from the saber and turned into a strand of saber chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space split in half, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Saber intent. This is a martial monarch bladesman. The green-robed old man's expression changed greatly. Panic appeared in his eyes. He sent out two surging storms and quickly fled, moving as fast as lightning. You think you can run? That bladesman smiled faintly and casually tore space with his saber. The two storms were like a painting being torn into pieces. A scarlet light flickered. The bladesman was even faster than the green-robed old man, so he quickly caught up. The green-robed old man turned around helplessly. The two of them quickly fought each other in the air. They were so fast that the onlookers could only see two blurry afterimages. Cracks spread out in the sky. The entire void was torn apart by the battle between the two of them. Pitch-black spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there were unlucky cultivators who were swept by the cracks. Without the slightest chance to react, they were torn into two halves by the cracks. Everyone paled in fright and quickly moved away. Bang! A green figure spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in horrifying saber wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds and dyed his green robe crimson. The bladesman stood proudly in the air. His saber hummed as he looked coldly at the azure-clad old man on the ground. Damn it! The green-robed old man cursed and looked at Xiaochen with resentment. He got up and fled in a sorry state. The bladesman in the air glanced at the fleeing azure-robed old man and did not give chase. His saber flashed, and a scarlet beam shot out. The green-robed old man, who was still running, suddenly fell down. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and fresh blood gushed out. The bladesman's figure flashed and landed by Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Sunday." This person was the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After cultivating for so long on Nirvana Island, he finally broke through his bottleneck and advanced to martial monarch. From now on, he no longer held the title of the strongest half-step martial emperor. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, had risen from the ashes. He would once again shake the ancient desolate land as a martial monarch. Sun Guangquan sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. "We are all brothers. You are too polite. I'll bring you away." As Sun Guangquan spoke, he exuded a sharp light, inspiring boundless confidence. If he said he could bring you away, then he could bring you away. No one could stop him. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Xianyuan Zhantian, who was on a horse. Then, he exchanged a glance with him. Then, he swept his gaze over the outstanding talents of the boundless sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen brought Lang Yu and left with Sun Guangquan. The leader of the Western Sea's 7 knights, Wu Xia, watched as Xiao Chen and the others left. He smiled gently and said, "Xianyuan Zhantian, do you regret it? The people you let go might stop you in your tracks in the next 5-nation youth competition." Xianyuan Zhantian rode on the royal dragon horse and changed directions. He said indifferently, "Ha ha. If you really think that, then I can only say that you are too boring to be my opponent when I unify the boundless sea in the future." The lips of the leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes curled up. As he watched Xianyuan Zhantian ride into the distance, he smiled and said, "Wu Xia, this fellow is as arrogant as ever. He does not care about us at all." Wu Xia shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. He said, "He has the capital to be arrogant. If he can defeat the Black Dragon group, it would not be a big deal for the Western Sea's 7 great sects to submit to him." 3 days later, on a small island, this place had already escaped the control of the Black Dragon group and the Divine Dragon Palace. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chen, "I'll send you off here. I have to go first. I have something to do in the ancient desolate land." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. He had to return to the Great Qin nation, and Sun Guangquan had to return to the Great Chu nation. The two of them were heading in different directions, so they could not travel together. After Sun Guangquan left, Xiao Chen took out the spirit blood jade on his chest and tossed it to Lang Yu. He said, "According to our agreement, you can go now." When Lang Yu heard this, she felt it was strange. She was not in a rush to catch the spirit blood jade. She said, "If you really let me go, then don't you want to know my true identity?" Xiao Chen exerted some force and forced the spirit blood jade floating in the air into Lang Yu's hand. He smiled and said, "What does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are Lang Yu. I'm leaving. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen waved his hand and left without looking back. After a long time, he disappeared from Lang Yu's sight. The waves churned in the vast boundless sea. Xiao Chen flew in the direction of the Great Qin nation for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he found a suitable island to stop at. This was a desolate island. Aside from some rocky mountains and all sorts of trees, there were no living creatures. There were no spirit beasts, demonic beasts, or cultivators. The entire island was silent. The island was not large. Without moving, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could clearly detect every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on the island. Very good. There is indeed no danger. I will advance here. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and muttered to himself. Advancing was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts. Putting aside the difficulty of advancing, the external conditions required absolute silence and no one to disturb them. After Xiao Chen parted with Lang Yu, he found several islands along the way. However, he gave up on all of them. There were either demonic beasts or spirit beasts on those islands. There were also some lone cultivators out on experiential training. During the process of advancing, Xiaochen had to be extremely focused. If he was disturbed at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Failing to advance was a small matter. The most dangerous was a regression in cultivation or an injury to one's meridians. This would affect the cultivator for life. After finding a tall and sharp rock, Xiaochen used his palm as a saber and flattened it. Then, he sat cross-legged on it. Xiaochen took out 6 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Having experienced using the spirit-gathering pearls before, Xiaochen did not feel nervous this time. He circulated his essence and made the 6 spirit-gathering pearls float above his head. Then, Xiaochen closed his eyes and used the purple thunder true fire to burn them. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the 6 spirit-gathering pearls melted into a spiritual liquid. Strands of spiritual energy leaked out uncontrollably. A white fog quickly spread out. After a while, the entire desolate island was covered in this spiritual fog. Above the sea, it looked hazy. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Xiaochen took a deep breath, and the semi-solid crystal qi whirlpool spun continuously. Then, a ball of spiritual liquid fell down. The instant the liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls touched Xiaochen's head, it immediately flowed down from his Tianmen acupoint. It flowed along the meridians in his body like a surging river, carrying a boundless force as it flowed down. Bang! When the spiritual liquid landed on the qi whirlpool, it immediately produced an intense explosion. Xiaochen's face turned slightly red as he endured the surging essence in his body. Under the impact of the spiritual liquid, the bottleneck had already loosened. However, it was still far from enough. Bang! 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 Xiaochen released 3 balls of spiritual liquid in one breath. The essence in his body surged endlessly, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. His internal organs had suffered some damage. I moved. Just a little more. Just a little more and I will be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. Xiaochen's mind was firm, he was not frightened by his injured internal organs. He merged the last 2 balls of spiritual liquid together. A drop of spiritual liquid was like a waterfall. A bowl of spiritual liquid was like a large river. When 2 balls of spiritual liquid were combined, it was like the vast sea. After the spiritual liquid merged, it fell very quickly. Before Xiaochen could react, the crystalline purple qi whirlpool exploded. Xiaochen's dantian turned blurry. Boundless essence surged through his body like 10,000 horses galloping. Xiaochen quickly opened the 24 acupoints on his arms. Boom! Dragon roars resounded without end. 24 strands of dragon qi burst out of Xiaochen's body and smashed the surrounding mountains into dust. Xiaochen's dantian was chaotic with clouds lingering around it. He felt somewhat nervous, he did not know if he had succeeded or not. When the clouds scattered and the sun came out, Xiaochen's consciousness immediately sank down impatiently. He looked above his dantian and saw that Xiaochen's true essence had already appeared. He saw a crystalline whirlpool above his dantian, giving off a resplendent light. It had completely transformed from a vaporized state into a solid crystal. That whirlpool was made of crystal. Boom! With a thought, the crystal whirlpool spun wildly. Instantly, a surging energy spread throughout Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His body hovered in midair and he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A crystalline saber qi flickering with electric light spewed out from the saber. The saber qi struck a mountain in front. The peak of the mountain immediately shattered and turned into dust. Amidst the boundless dust, purple electricity crackled and flickered. Half-step martial monarch. I succeeded. When Xiao Chen saw the might of his casual saber strike, he was extremely excited. The smile on his face did not fade for even a moment. Xiao Chen chased relentlessly, putting in a lot of effort. He endured the loneliness that ordinary people found unbearable, giving up on worldly glory, splendor, and wealth. Chapter 540. After working hard for 4 years, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those peak geniuses who had surpassed him by many years. In the Tianwu continent, from the 4 great empires to the ancient desolate land, then the great Jin nation, then the boundless sea. From today onwards, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those people. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he no longer had to fear any genius cultivators under martial monarch. However, this is just the beginning. Whoever becomes a martial monarch first will be able to seize the initiative and become the main character of this era. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself, there are still 9 more months to the 5-nation youth competition. I still have to go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Mo City to settle some things. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the 4-season saber technique here. Even if my cultivation is strong, I will need a martial technique that matches it. The spiritual fog covering the island slowly scattered. Xiao Chen was stunned. At some point in time, 10 odd adamantine crocodiles had crawled out of the water on the shore of the desolate island. The adamantine crocodiles were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were 2 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They had strong limbs and could walk on land for a short period of time. They must have been attracted by the spiritual fog that spread out earlier. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, good timing. I just advanced to half-step martial monarch. A rank 8 spirit beast is qualified for me to test my saber. Spring Thunder Chop. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the 4-season saber technique. Soon, pure white snow appeared in the sky, materializing the state of late winter. As spring thunder roared, a boundless power of the world surged out from the saber. Winter passed and spring came, the cycle of the world was unstoppable. The spring wind turned into saber chi and swept across. A gentle sound rang out, and 10 odd adamantine crocodiles were instantly chopped in half. Xiao Chen sheathed the saber in satisfaction. He said softly, the spring thunder is just a guide. The true killing intent is hidden in the warm spring wind. This move is sufficient to be my trump card. When the spring wind blows, it hides a hidden killing intent. When summer is hot, I will use fire as a guide. When the sun is high in the sky, it will burn everything. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately thought of the state of summer, the second move of the 4-season saber technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. So, he quickly tested it out. The spring wind dispersed, and the scorching sun hung high above their heads. The pitch-black lunar shadow saber suddenly released a resplendent light. It was like a raging inferno burning continuously. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chen shouted angrily. The dazzling saber radiance directly chopped down on a small mountain. The raging flames on the saber transformed into a ball of fire. Like a meteor falling to the moon, it crashed down with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireball landed on the mountainside, the mountain peak immediately split open. The raging flames spread out, and the remaining half of the mountainside was like a tree, burning non-stop. Good, good, good. This move will be called burning to desolation. As expected, inspiration is needed. Once inspiration arrives, this move will succeed in just one try. Xiao Chen said excitedly as he looked at the blazing flames that covered the entire mountain range. In that case, what should I use for autumn? Bai Shuihe used the wind of autumn. Rustling autumn wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves. Using the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, I will use it to destroy the enemy. However, I already used the wind in spring. I cannot repeat it. What should I use for autumn? Aside from the wind, what else can bring out the feeling of autumn the best? Inspiration was something that was too fleeting. At this moment, Xiaoqin did not have any inspiration. He could only bury his head in thought. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and scattered, the tides rose and fell. The days on the desolate island passed one by one. Soon, 1 month passed. During these days, Xiaoqin immersed himself in comprehending the four-season saber technique. After practicing the spring thunder chop and burning to desolation for thousands of times, Xiaoqin was already very familiar with them. With just a thought, he could execute them immediately. However, Xiaoqin's comprehension of the third move, autumn, was still a mess. He had no clue where to start. Bai Shuihe's rustling autumn wind left a deep impression on Xiaoqin. It had already formed an imprint in his mind, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Aside from wind, it was hard for him to think of anything else that could represent autumn. Rustling autumn wind. Rustling autumn wind, but why is the autumn wind rustling? Xiaoqin casually swung his saber and circulated the four-season saber technique. The saber hummed, and an autumn wind blew. Wherever the autumn wind passed, the huge boulders would shatter inch by inch and turn into dust as the wind blew. The boulders would disappear. This won't do. If I do not comprehend it on my own, no matter how strong it is, it will be hard to improve it. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and frowned heavily as he shook his head. Placing his saber by his side, Xiaoqin lay on the ground and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then, he entered deep thought again. Rustling autumn wind, why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? Rumble. At some point in time, the white clouds in the sky slowly scattered. Churning dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared. Dee-da. Dee-da. A drop of rain landed on the tip of Xiaoqian's nose. Immediately, a chill seeped into his nose, startling him. Suddenly, Xiaoqin felt excited. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? It just varies from person to person. When the trees withered and the autumn wind blew, it swept away all the fallen leaves. It was cold and tyrannical, without a trace of emotion. This was Bai Shuihe's comprehension. However, autumn was also cool and refreshing. The scorching summer was unbearable. When autumn arrived, how could one not be filled with anticipation? How could one feel rustling? Rumble. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a drizzle, which had been brewing for a long time, fell from the sky. Soon, Xiaoqian's clothes were soaked. However, he did not feel cold at all. He only felt refreshed. Autumn rain, this is my Tao, my saber. Bai Shuihe, you are the esteemed Emperor Wu, the sage of the saber. Since you comprehended the rustling autumn wind and swept away all the fallen leaves, in that case, Xiaoqin will use the autumn rain as a guide to compete with you. Amid the heavy rain, Xiaoqin was completely drenched. However, he had a carefree expression on his face. He laughed loudly because he had finally thought it through. The essence in Xiaoqian's body circulated according to the four-season saber technique circulation method. The saber moved with his heart, slowly dancing in the rain. As the saber moved, the surrounding rain was drawn over, forming a thin curtain of water behind the saber. When Xiaoqin felt the energy of the rain on the saber, he rejoiced. The aura that he had gathered in his body gathered on the saber and burst out. A saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber. Thousands of raindrops filled the sky behind the saber intent. They quickly gathered together. Unexpectedly, all the rain in the sky was drawn over by this saber. Finally, it formed a rippling saber chi with a chilling intent. The saber chi flew quickly, skimming over the surface of the sea. The vast sea immediately split in half, just like that. The saber intent was gentle and tranquil, making one feel very comfortable. It was like seeing a refined fairy, all the heat in one's heart would vanish. However, the might of the saber could even split the seawater. It was no weaker than by Shuei's rustling autumn wind. It's done. This gentle saber move shall be called fated person in autumn waters, then. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The rain, which had already stopped falling, started pouring down again. Time passed by slowly. 1 month passed peacefully once again. Xiao Qin continuously familiarized himself with the 3 moves that he had already comprehended: Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, and Fated Person in Autumn Waters. The state of each move was completely different, they were unique. They were all Xiao Qian's own comprehensions and experiences. The 4-season saber technique originated from the 4-season saber technique but was stronger than anyone else's. The 4-season saber technique still had 2 moves left. They were the winter saber technique and the cycle of 4 seasons. Xiao Qin also needed to comprehend them on his own. If he followed by Shuei's path, Xiao Qin could immediately perfect the 4-season saber technique. However, that would be meaningless, he would just be ordinary. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It is already not easy for me to comprehend 3 moves. This 4-season saber technique is too much of a test of luck and comprehension. For the past 30 days, Xiao Qin had been thinking about the last 2 moves. However, he had not made any progress. He had already wasted 2 months, he did not have much time left. The matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Shao clan in Mo City would take up a lot of time. There was only half a year left until the 5-nation youth competition. He could not keep thinking about it. On this particular day, the sky cleared up, and the sun shone down. On the desolate island, Xiao Qin practiced the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. Then, he sheathed his saber and started his journey. Xiao Qin flew quickly through the clouds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his long hair and clothes fluttered continuously. Now that Xiao Qin was a half-step martial monarch, he could travel continuously in the air. At 4 times the speed of sound, his speed was incomparably fast. White clouds were constantly left behind by him. 7 days later, the pass to the Tianwu continent, Thunder King Valley, appeared in Xiao Qian's vision. Xiao Qin stopped and entered deep thought. Originally, Xiao Qin had intended to fly over. However, when he saw the inextinguishable immortal will of thunder in the air, he changed his mind. With the help of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Qin had already cultivated the state of massacre to its limits. Now, he could no longer improve it by killing people. He needed to comprehend it himself. However, Xiao Qian's state of thunder was still at great perfection, it was still far from the limits. The inextinguishable will of thunder in Thunder King Valley might be a fortuitous encounter for him. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin descended from the clouds and headed for the 2 sides of Thunder King Valley. There were many people comprehending the state of thunder in Thunder King Valley. Furthermore, they were all half-step martial monarchs. When they saw Xiao Qin appear, they all frowned. Every time that inextinguishable immortal will of thunder appeared, it would follow a predetermined path, moving slowly through the air. All the good spots along this route had already been occupied by others. Furthermore, comprehending a state required a quiet environment. Furthermore, the fewer people there were, the more effective it would be. If there were too many people, it would affect one's comprehension. Hence, it was not easy to remain in Thunder King Valley. The people who had already gone up did not welcome newcomers. They could even be described as hateful. Xiao Qin stood at the edge of the valley and observed carefully. He discovered the direction in which the immortal will of thunder in the churning dark clouds was moving. Chapter 541. Xiao Chen looked at the corresponding spots on the path and discovered that there were no good spots. However, he could make do with it. After thinking for a while, he walked over. Where did this junior come from? Don't you know the rules? Do you think that place is something you can do? A black-clothed old man angrily rebuked. Another old man continued the conversation and said in an indifferent tone, "Just stand there. Only when one of us succeeds in comprehending it can you take over that person's position. This is the rule of the Thunder Emperor Valley." Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He said indifferently, "Does it mean that no one has comprehended it? Do I have to keep standing there?" The black-clad old man who spoke first closed his eyes and did not look at Xiao Chen. He said, "That's right. You just have to wait for a year or so." Wait for a year or so? What kind of joke is this? How could Xiao Chen have that much time? Xiao Chen continued walking forward without stopping. The black-clad old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from them. He said in a cold voice, "Take another step and you will never be able to leave." Spring thunder chop. Suddenly, countless snowflakes drifted down, and thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The power of the world spread out from the saber's edge, turning into a spring breeze drifting towards the black-clad old man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-clad old man smiled coldly at first, not caring. However, when the spring breeze arrived, the power of the cycle of seasons arrived, and a huge pressure pressed down. The black-clad old man was horrified to discover that he could not stand up under this soft spring breeze. Bang! When the spring breeze struck the black-clad old man, the power of the world exploded out. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked down. When he landed in the valley, he kicked up a few splashes. Xiao! At the peak of the mountain, all the old men who were in deep thought opened their eyes. They looked at the expressionless white-robed bladesman holding the saber in shock. Ignoring the shock in these people's eyes, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and headed for the black-clad old man's position. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Being so ruthless at such a young age, is this how you treat your seniors?" A gray-robed, short-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face said in a deep voice. "You have no sense of propriety. We waited for several months and only sat down when there was an empty seat. Youngsters these days don't follow the rules at all. You can't take this seat. Rules are rules." "That's right. If you sit down, does that mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit down in the future? Where would we put our faces?" The 10-odd half-step martial monarch old men in Thunder King Valley started berating him. The old men here were all famous overlords of their own regions, and they were revered wherever they went. They had never seen such a young man who did not put them in his eyes. Naturally, they did not like Xiao Chen. Simply put, these old men were taking advantage of their seniority. They believed that a junior like Xiao Chen was not qualified to sit with them. Xiao Chen looked coldly at this group of old men. He found it funny. Did they really think that Thunder King Valley belonged to them? The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted Xiao Chen to wait for a year and a half. Where did their arrogance come from? If a martial monarch expert were here, it would have been fine. However, this was a group of people who could not even break through to half-step martial monarch. What qualifications did they have to say such things to him? There was a principle of first come, first served. However, Xiao Chen was not going to take advantage of them and comprehend his own. Secondly, he was not going to snatch their place. Why was there a need to be so forceful? Xiao Chen was pressed for time. He could only remain here for half a month at most. There was no need to waste time with these people. When people respect you, I will return it tenfold. However, you are taking advantage of your seniority, twisting words and forcing logic. There is no need for me to give you face. Who cares if you are a senior or an expert? If you are not strong enough, don't brag. When the three old men saw that Xiao Qin did not stop and continued walking forward, anger appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up. They locked their auras on Xiao Qin, revealing a sharp light in their eyes. The essence in their bodies surged, and their clothes and hair fluttered continuously. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will show you how to respect your seniors. Xiao! 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 The three old men leaped up and with a flip of their hands, a sword appeared in each of their hands. A cold light flickered on their weapons and electricity leaped around them. Clearly, they were experts who comprehended the state of thunder. A surging essence spread out from their swords. Wind and thunder roared, and lightning flickered in the sky. When the three old men knew that Xiao Qin had defeated the black-clad old man with one saber strike, they did not dare to be careless. They used their full power in this move, wanting to severely injure Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin drew the pitch-black lunar shadow saber and brought out the great perfection state of thunder. He laughed loudly and said, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. There is no need to find such a dignified reason. I, Xiao Qin, will receive it." Boom! 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 As Xiao Qian's state of thunder spread out, the immortal will of thunder that had disappeared for a long time in the sky unexpectedly reappeared. Thunder roared continuously. This endless will of thunder seemed to be drawn over by Xiao Qian's saber technique. 10,000 horses galloped, the wind and clouds moved. This saber strike roared like thunder. Xiao Qin shouted and did not dodge. He used the inextinguishable saber intent to display its sharpness, executing the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique. A huge whirlpool appeared in the churning thunderclouds in the sky. A cultivator riding a golden lightning warhorse and holding a golden lightning spear galloped out of the whirlpool. The warhorse galloped in the air, and thunder roared continuously. The vast state of thunder immediately suppressed the states of the three old men. What's going on? Why is this fellow's state of thunder even stronger than ours? He actually comprehended saber intent, the three old men exclaimed in horror. Bang! Carrying a boundless power of lightning, the lightning knight swept his spear horizontally, shattering the joint attack of the three of them. The sharpness of the lightning knight did not diminish. Instead, it contained a saber intent. The three old men had not even comprehended sword intent. Their state of thunder was not comparable to Xiao Qian's, and their essence was not as vast and pure as Xiao Qian's. The lightning knight gently knocked the three old men into the gorge and into the water. There were merchant ships passing by the gorge all year round. Earlier, when a black-robed old man fell into the water, it did not attract much attention. Now, another three old men fell into the gorge. Finally, there was a commotion. The cultivators of the 10-odd merchant ships all gathered on the deck. They looked up, wanting to know what was going on. How bold! Do they really think that we do not exist? Unexpectedly, they still dare to make a move. Xiao Qin attacked mercilessly again, knocking down 3 half-step martial monarchs. This infuriated the crowd, and another 5 old men leaped out. They soared into the air and glared angrily at Xiao Qin. Their auras soared as quickly as they prepared their strongest killing moves. Xiao Qin said calmly, "You are old and disrespectful. You are not strong enough, yet you dare to take advantage of your seniority. All of you, get down." Flowing fire of the 7th month, summer in the sky, blazing fire burns to desolation. A fiery light leaped on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light, illuminating the dark clouds that covered Thunder King Valley. That flame was like a miniature sun. Xiao Qin held the lunar shadow saber and charged at the 5 old men without any fear. When he swung his saber, a light burst out, and a boundless flame surged out. The 5 of them were still in the midst of preparing their killing moves, but just as they made their moves, they were completely incinerated by the oncoming flames, and the flames exploded. The huge impact knocked the 5 out of the gorge. The merchant ship below immediately saw 5 human-shaped fireballs fall from the summit. All sorts of miserable cries came from the fireballs, inspiring fear in the hearts of the cultivators on the deck. Another 5 people fell. Among them, there seems to be an elder of the Great Chu Nation's Flowing Fire Manor and the Great Tang Nation's 100 Flower Manor's Vice Manor Lord. What in the world is happening up there? Who is so powerful, consecutively defeating the famous old men of the various nations? This group of people has occupied Thunder King Valley for a long time. I have never heard of such a thing happening before. The cultivators on the deck were bewildered as they discussed the situation. However, they knew their limits and their own strength. No one dared to fly up to see what was happening. They could only make wild guesses. Attack together. This junior is too arrogant. Let's not talk about justice with him. The remaining 7 people could no longer sit still. Originally, they thought that Xiao Qin was just an ordinary genius cultivator. They had not expected that Xiao Qin, at such a young age, would soon become an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. How laughable. Just a bunch of stubborn old men bullying the juniors, using numbers to fight. How dare they talk about justice? Xiao Qin, who was in the air, laughed coldly. When he saw the 7 people flying over, he brandished the saber in his hand, and a fine drizzle immediately fell. The wind rustled, and the rain fell. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn waters swayed. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. I will give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? The rain that filled the sky formed a line. This saber strike was extremely gentle. Before the 7 people flying over could sense the danger, the strong force contained in the saber wind caused them to fly around chaotically. Their clothes tore apart as they did their best to stabilize their bodies, trying to block this saber intent. However, it was to no avail. The saber intent that could even split the sea had already rushed over. How could a group of half-step martial monarchs resist it? The gentle saber intent entered their bodies, and the 7 vomited a mouthful of blood. When the saber intent scattered, not a single piece of clothing remained on them. They fell into the gorge, naked, and fell into the water, not daring to float up again. The eyes of the cultivators on the deck widened. It was like they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, 7 half-step martial monarchs were in such a sorry state. They could not even keep their clothes. Furthermore, they were all so old. Where were they supposed to hide their faces? Could it be that a martial monarch expert is here? That's impossible. It is impossible for a martial monarch to be in Thunder King Gorge. That will of thunder would not allow a martial monarch to appear. The people below guessed that a martial monarch was here. However, they were immediately refuted. When all the merchant ships left Thunder King Gorge, they discovered that there was only a young figure standing at the summit. This youth wore white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he looked calmly at the thunderclouds above. It's finally quiet. Aside from Xiao Qin, there was no one else on the empty summit of Thunder King Gorge. Chapter 542. Thunder King Valley was not private territory. No one had the right to stop others from comprehending it and monopolize it for themselves. In the continent, martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess. No matter where they went, they would be respected by tens of thousands of people. However, there were too few martial monarchs. The Great Qin nation had a population of more than 100 million. Even if all the martial monarchs were added together, there would not be more than 50. Some powers wanted to find guest elders but could not find martial monarchs. They could only settle for the next best thing, finding half-step martial monarchs. Before the age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess of a nation when martial monarchs did not appear. Half-step martial monarchs enjoyed an extremely noble and glorious status. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. This was how the old men in Thunder King Valley lived. Hence, when they saw Xiao Qin, they immediately put on the airs of a senior and told him to wait for half a year. They did not know that the times had changed. In this age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were nothing. The strongest half-step martial monarch, the Bloody Bladesman's son Guangquan, could see very clearly. He knew that this was an age of geniuses. Only by continuously strengthening oneself could one not be eliminated by the times. Living in the glory of the past would only make one a stepping stone for geniuses. The boundless will of thunder in the sky had not appeared yet. Xiao Qin found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started comprehending. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy here was very active. Occasionally, one could see electricity leaping about in the air. It was hard to imagine that a bolt of thunder from thousands of years ago could remain here until now, its sharpness not diminishing. The Thunder King was the strongest Emperor Wu of the previous age. As for how strong he was, the current Xiao Qin did not dare to guess. The higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the reverence in one's heart. In the past, Xiao Qin did not understand. He thought that the Thunder King's strength was at most capable of splitting mountains and overturning rivers and seas. However, now that he could split mountains and overturn rivers and seas, Xiao Qin could barely do that. How could the Thunder King be so strong? Only by reaching that realm would one be able to feel the scenery above the peak. In this Thunder King Valley, Xiao Qian's martial arts heart had unknowingly become firmer. Up, up, with dreams in his heart, he kept going up. One day, the world would give birth to a Thunder King Valley for him, Xiao Qin. His brilliance and his will would be the same as the Thunder King's. Even if 10,000 years passed, it would not be worn down by time, and its sharpness would never be extinguished. 4 hours later, thunder roared. Xiao Qin, who had his eyes closed, opened them and muttered, "It's coming." Amidst the rolling dark clouds in the sky, a golden bolt of lightning was hidden within, floating around continuously. The entire peak was dyed with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure in their hearts suddenly shook, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. Occasionally, a golden light would pierce through the dark clouds. Suddenly, a malevolent golden bolt of lightning was formed between the heavens and the earth, splitting the void in half. Wang! Wang! The lunar shadow saber by Xiao Qian's hand trembled continuously, as if it would be drawn at any moment. It was clearly very excited. The vast golden will of thunder in the dark clouds stopped above Xiao Qian's head, circling around continuously. When Xiao Qian felt the energy in the lightning, he thought to himself, "What a strong will of thunder." There is only a difference of one word between a state and a will, but the aura they bring is completely different. It looks like this will of thunder knows who I am and is trying to help me. If others wanted to comprehend it, they would only have a chance to do so in the instant the lightning flashed. However, it stopped above my head, allowing me to feel its might at all times. Xiao Qin closed his eyes again. This time, he did not have any other thoughts. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly unleashed the state of thunder. Time passed slowly. Under the guidance of the will of thunder, Xiao Qian's understanding of thunder deepened. At some point in time, Xiao Qian's body gave off beams of purple light. These purple lights were all flickering electricity. Xiao Qian entered an extremely wondrous state. His entire consciousness seemed to be in a world of lightning. Some strange and wondrous thoughts flowed out like a river. This allowed Xiao Qian's understanding of thunder to reach an unprecedented height. The purple lightning drifting around him crackled continuously. 3 days later, Xiao Qian opened his eyes again. Electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes, making them look very spirited. When Xiao Qin looked up, he saw that the will of thunder in the sky had already hidden away, returning to an unknown place. Xiao Qin stood up. With a thought, he casually waved his hand, and a malevolent bolt of lightning flew out from his palm, illuminating the sky with resplendent light. Just as the electric light was about to disappear, Xiao Qin waved his right hand, and that bolt of lightning strangely returned to Xiao Qian's palm. I can withdraw it as I please. I have already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. I am just one step shy of becoming the will of thunder. However, that is something for me to consider after I advance to martial monarch. There is no need to think about it for now. Xiao Qin sighed softly. In such a short period of time, I have already gained so much. No wonder even a martial sage had designs on this will of thunder. Not to mention how useful it is to me. Just by placing it in the sect, it would be able to create several experts with the state of thunder. Since this matter is over, it is time to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With my current strength, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion should not stop me from entering. During the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qin had killed the Biyun Peak's Peak Master, Song Quebec. According to the sect rules, no matter the reason, if a disciple killed a Peak Master, he had to die. The first elder, Jiang Qi, spared Xiao Qian's life. However, he made Xiao Qin swear never to step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. Xiao Qin was very grateful to this first elder. Back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if he had not suppressed those noble clan elders, he would have died long ago. Although the first elder chased Xiao Qin out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, in reality, he was still helping Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin leaped into the air and landed on the Black Dragon River in the middle of the gorge. If he followed the Black Dragon River and leaped over the fork to the ancient desolate land, he would enter the territory of the great Qin nation. Hey! Just as Xiao Qin landed on the river, he heard a soft exclamation. When he turned his head to take a look, his lips could not help but curl up into a smile. Shi Feng, wearing black leather armor and a mask that covered half her face, actually appeared in the gorge. Shi Feng raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Brother with a bad sense of direction, are you not afraid of falling to your death after jumping from such a high place? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, sorry to disappoint you. Even if I were twice as high, I would not die. Have you not taken off your mask yet? It looks like you did not succeed in your experiential training this time. Shi Feng said unhappily, it is none of your business. Xiao Qin thought for a while and took out a wooden box from the universe ring. Then, he tossed it to Shi Feng and said, bring this item to your adoptive father. Tell him it is a gift from an old friend. What is this? Xiao Qin said calmly, to you and me, it is just a pile of scrap metal. Shi Feng caught the wooden shavings in her hand and looked suspiciously at Xiao Qin. She said, why do I have to help you bring it over? Cassier. Right after Shi Feng spoke, Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber light flashed. The mask on her face was split in half. With a clanged sound, it landed on the surface of the river, revealing a beautiful face. Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, there is no need to thank me. Just take it as a thank you gift for helping me deliver this. By the way, you are very beautiful. There is really no need to wear a mask all day. Fighting and killing is a matter for boys. Don't listen to your bastard adoptive father's words about controlling one's expression when fighting. As Shi Feng watched Xiao Qin leave, she stood on the water in a daze. She did not recover her wits for a long time. The mask that had followed her for more than 10 years was actually taken off by someone just like that. The expression in Shi Feng's eyes slowly calmed down from the initial rage. She lowered her head and looked at her face in the water. Then, she said softly, you egomaniac. What do you mean by fighting is a matter for boys in the end? Sooner or later, I will defeat you. In the Shiha province of the Great Qin Nation, at the foot of the Lianyun mountain range, the famous Saber City was bustling with people as usual. The cultivators that passed by either carried large sabers on their backs or had sabers hanging from their waists. All of them had solemn expressions as they arrived at this holy land for bladesmen. In front of the city gate, a white-clothed youth with a slender saber at his waist stood straight at the foot of the city gate. His handsome and delicate face revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. 2 years, 2 years. I, Xiao Qin, have returned to this place. Originally, it would take 2 months to travel from Thunder King Valley to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, with Xiao Qin rushing non-stop, he managed to shorten the time by more than half. He arrived in half a month. As he rushed, the closer he got, the more nervous Xiao Qin felt. For the past 2 years, he had buried his feelings for his lover in his heart. He did not think about it or ask about it. However, because he was not strong enough, he could not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he kept thinking about it, he would only feel bitterness and nothing else. If he wanted to meet her quickly, he would not think about anything else. He could only bury his feelings in his heart and not tell anyone. He would taste the bitterness and loneliness. When he reached the peak in the future, he would fulfill his promise. However, now that he was nearing Saber City, the feelings that he suppressed in his heart could not help but leak out. Is she doing well? How is she now? How are her injuries? Will she blame me for not even writing a letter to her? Did she still remember that once upon a time, there was a young and inexperienced youth who shouted those rather funny words from the top of the mountain? Will she still remember the promise that white-robed youth made? Xiao Qin smiled in disappointment and frustration. He shook his head slightly and collected his thoughts. After he paid the entrance tax, he slowly walked into the city. The white-robed bladesman's influence is really great. Unexpectedly, there are still people imitating his attire. That's normal. Think about what he did in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He defeated the experts of the Holy Lands alone. Then, he defeated the geniuses of the noble clans of the Great Qin Nation. Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few thousand years. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke is too wicked. He caused our Heavenly Saber Pavilion to lose such a genius for nothing. Yeah, that bastard deserved to be killed. He deserved to be punched in the head. It's not an injustice at all. The cultivators guarding the city whispered behind him. Xiao Chen's 6 senses were very sharp, he could hear everything clearly. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. Chapter 543. Xiao Chen casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion, with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiao Chen stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiao Chen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytailed girl looked at the white-robed, handsome Xiao Chen and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiaochen found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" the ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiaochen put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiaochen leave, the ponytailed girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave." The ponytailed girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. Mysterious wind cut. Xiaochen turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiaochen stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiaochen's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face, he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence, he snatched her token. Xiaochen, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words Qingyun were written on the top and Ling Qianqian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. "Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianqian, right? I will return it to you later." After hanging the token at his waist, Xiaochen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then, he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day. It was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiaochen had been a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiaochen entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he calmed down. Xiaochen took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. "Qingyun Peak, I, Xiaochen, have returned. Elder sister Ryue, Suifeng, Xiaoyang, Xiaomeng, are you all doing well?" The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiaochen one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiaochen looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiaochen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiao Qin had disguised himself as Yi Qin when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xiao Qin. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. I am too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xiao Qin? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious. Xiao Qin had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xiao Qin walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Biyun Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xiao Qin glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Kei's son, Song Qianhe. He was the current peak master of Biyun Peak. At this moment, he was leading the Biyun Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Kei passed by Xiao Qin, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Qin's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xiao Qin for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xiao Qin in person, he was shocked. Stop right there. Which peak's disciple are you from? State your name, Song Qianhe shouted at Xiao Qin in an intense tone. Was I discovered? Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. Song Qianhe, it's been a long time, Xiao Qin said calmly with an indifferent gaze. It's really him. Song Qianhe's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiao Qin, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the Elders' Assembly. The 10-odd Biyun Peak disciples behind Song Qianhe looked at Xiao Qin. They were all astonished. Is this the person in front of us, the white-robed bladesman that caused such a commotion? Xiao Qin chuckled and said, Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Qianhe looked carefully and saw that Xiao Qin's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end, he did not step on the ground. You! Song Qianhe pointed angrily at Xiao Qin. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianhe drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Qin's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, Try taking another step forward. The killing chi seemed solid, it was bone-chilling. Song Qianhe could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving, he could not explain the reason why. The scene of Xiao Qin shattering his father's head with one punch in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion replayed in Song Qianhe's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Xiao Qin. For the sake of revenge, Song Qianhe disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Lu Riyue. Song Qianhe naturally became the peak master of Biyun Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianhe thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Qin. However, when Song Qianhe saw Xiao Qin again today, he did not expect that one look from Xiao Qin would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianhe carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Xiao Qin's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Xiao Chen's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianhe was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was comparable to several of the Elders' Assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianhe could delay him for now. When the elders of Biyun Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Biyun Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After Song Qianhe made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade green signal. Then, he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang. Huang Dang. Song Qianhe gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Biyun Peak's people, they were under his command. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiaoqin. Kill! Song Qianhe shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid, he did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Xiaoqin first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Song Qianhe was very unfortunate. At this moment, he had encountered this matter, and he had encountered this person. Ignorant. Xiaoqin, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Xiaoqin's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Whing! 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 A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Biyun Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Song Qianhe was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move, Xiaoqin only used half a move. This group of Biyun Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Xiaoqin was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Xiaoqin respected them. Otherwise, he would not even need to draw his saber. Xiao! Xiaoqin moved his hand forward again and drew the long, black, and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. So. The entire group of people could no longer hold on to their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around non-stop. Saber intent. This is saber intent. The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiaoqin had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Song Qianhe, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Song Qianhe's heart to the bone. Xiaoqin's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead, they weighed 500 kilograms, he found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Song Chinha felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled, and his eyes filled with horror. Song Chinha could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Song Chinha did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiao Qin, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiao Qin, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure." Superior grade martial king. I haven't been one for a long time. Xiao Qin said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Song Qianhe, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Qianhe was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiao Qin and Song Qianhe had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiao Qian's identity. When they heard Song Qianhe's words, they finally confirmed Xiao Qian's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot towards Xiao Qin, their hearts trembling. F***ck, it's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qianhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Qin arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Qian's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Qian's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qianhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. Xiao Qin, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later, Song Qianhe will make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Song Qianhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Qin did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Qian's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grandmaster? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ryue to die? It was Song Ke, Song Qianhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qianhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Qin being unreasonable. Xiao Qin was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Qian's figure flashed and he kicked Song Qianhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Qin stomped on Song Qianhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qianhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao! 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 Just at this moment, 5 Biyun Peak seniors saw Song Qianhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qianhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Biyun Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Qin. This Song Qianhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our Heavenly Saber Pavilion's genius. Now, they are here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Chen's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not produced a genius like Xiao Qin for a long time already. Back then, Murong Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiao Chen's. Back then, during the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Qin had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had basked in Xiao Chen's glory. When they went out for experiential training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiao Qin, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiao Qin. They did not have any good impressions of the Song Qianhe father and son. Who did not dream of being a hero when they were young? Who did not want to become a legend, to be respected by thousands? However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day, they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiao Qin was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiao Chen's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be, a smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Biyun Peak's uniform stood in the air. When they saw Biyun Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles, he is Xiao Qin. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me. Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiao Qin was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiao Qin and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiao Qin was in. However, they knew with one glance. How was this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiaoqin. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiaoqin all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew, one would fall back down. At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiaoqin was not surprised at the actions of the 5 peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiaoqin feel more at ease. Xiaoqin hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiaoqin's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytailed girl whose identity medallion Xiaoqin had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Lu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Lu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiaoqin, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Lu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it? Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion." Ling Qianqian nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, "That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard." Lu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous. Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain." Let's find that fellow and see elder brother Suifeng help you vent your anger. The group of female disciples followed Lu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiao Qin climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then, there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiao Qin had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Ling Qianqian, who had followed Lu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiao Qin, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiao Qin and said to Lu Suifeng, "Elder brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now, he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Lu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion, he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come, follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Lu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Qin. When they got close, Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Lu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Lu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiao Qin's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Lu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiao Qin's hand and handed it to Ling Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. Hee. You all can leave first." Ling Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Lu Suifeng say that he would help Ling Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? "Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person?" one of the girls asked, feeling confused. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiao Qin, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Lu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiao Qin immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiao Qin could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Lu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Lu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak. In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Tianhua Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year, there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Qin was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Lu Riyue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly, Xiao Qin thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Lu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have the responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Lu Suifeng coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now. Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor Suifeng." As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Lu Suifeng as instructor. As Lu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I am just assisting her." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls." In these 2 years, Lu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior grade martial saint to peak superior grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Lu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial Grand Master female disciples. Lu Suifeng said seriously, "It is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension." As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiao Chen. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. "Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you." After sending Xiao Chen off, Lu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiao Chen pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Lu Riyue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiao Chen stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Lu Riyue's expression, Xiao Chen felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Lu Riyue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiao Chen's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Lu Riyue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Lu Riyue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Riyue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Riyue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Chen, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear-wined robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiao Chen. Lu Riyue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiao Chen. Lu Ryue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiao Chen's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ryue's wrist. Then, he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Lu Ryue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Lu Ryue asked softly as she let go of Xiao Chen's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first. There are too many people here." Holding Lu Ryue's hand, Xiao Chen led her out of the door. Lu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. "Damn, there is no need to be so ruthless," Lu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. "Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then, he was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Biyun Peak elders by himself. That Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him." The girls fired questions at Lu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Lu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Biyun Peak's Song Qianhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior-grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen sighed. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen and Lu Ryue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chen spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Lu Ryue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the great Qin nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Chen wanted would be so big. Xiao Chen was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Lu Ryue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Chen was facing from Xiao Chen's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled, "Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years?" What Lu Ryue said was exactly the same as what Lu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the 2nd year. In the past 2 years, she had to guide Lu Suifeng to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Lu Ryue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Chen being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Lu Ryue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiaoqin reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Ruya and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiaoqin practiced the four-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the fourth and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed Bai Shuihe's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiaoqin did not want to follow Bai Shuihe's style. He wanted to create his own four-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua! 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 Under the influence of Xiaoqin's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Jiangqi, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10 odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Jiangqi's hand to buzz and tremble. It really is saber intent. The first elder, Jiangqi, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Jiangqi had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Jiangqi relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiaoqin had not comprehended saber intent, Jiangqi would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiaoqin. However, now that Xiaoqin comprehended saber intent, Jiangqi did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First Elder. Xiaoqin said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Jiangqi. Jiangqi had done Xiaoqin a favor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary favor, it was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiaoqin's strength surpassed Jiangqi's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Jiangqi saw Xiaoqin's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiaoqin and sighed softly, "You are old. 2 years ago, you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years, you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young, and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiaoqin was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Jiangqi, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiaoqin. He cleverly did not mention Xiaoqin's oath. "Xiaoqin, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this 5-nation youth competition?" After hesitating for a while, Jiangqi finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sections. Hence, the first elder, Jiang Qi, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiao Qin after he left. Jiang Qi was very clear about Xiao Qian's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiao Qin could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiao Qian's strength, he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiao Qin thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elder saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiao Qin will naturally do his best." Xiao Qin agreed so straightforwardly. Jiang Qi was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Jiang Qi laughed loudly and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Jiang Qi ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Qin opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiao Qin was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiao Qin was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. He was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiao Qin handed them over to Lu Riyue for the night. After Xiao Qin received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiao Qin would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition spread. Under Jiang Qi's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiao Qin, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Lu Riyue as she walked around. Occasionally, he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiao Qin arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the elders' assemblies Jiang Qi was startled. The previous top genius, Murong Chong, had returned as well. The 5-nation youth competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this 5-nation youth competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the 5 great nations, but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia, and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians, and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The 5-nation youth competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The germinal organization of cultivators might lose the word germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sections. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Shiha province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Qin in one move, he had to go on experiential training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Qin, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sections. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Jiang Qi, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin heard from Lu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the Elders' Assembly, Xiao Qin clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Qin's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sections. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Lu Sui said, he is probably back for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight. Xiao Qin smiled softly and said, I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown. Lu Suifeng sighed softly. The requirements for the Five-Nation Youth Competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going. Naturally, Lu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiao Qin casually took out 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Suifeng. He said, use these superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King. Xiao Qin had experienced breaking through the barrier of Martial King before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary Martial King. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Qin could not help Lu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Lu Suifeng rejected, how can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior grade spirit stones now. Xiao Qin advised, don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle rank spirit stones and the lower rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through. Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Qin's repeated persuasion, Lu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Qin held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. Pooh! Xiao Qin drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Ka xie! When Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw. In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Qin revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, "After 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please." Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiao Qin's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anticlockwise. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the two saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiao Qin looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chong's figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chong's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qin. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chong sighed. "After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew? I still cannot see through you." Xiao Qin said softly, "It is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent." In the end, Murong Chong did not fall. Murong Chong smiled and said, "Why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you." Xiao Qin said calmly, "I am the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have." With the talent of the two of them, the small mountain that was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold them back. However, the two of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber. Murong Chong enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chong's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chong was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiao Qin accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, "Sure. We will meet on the Heaven Ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber." Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chong challenging Xiao Qin quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the Heaven Viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiao Qin and Murong Chong was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other, the winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chong defeat Xiao Qin and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiao Qin win again, suppressing Murong Chong? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, Lu Riyue said, "Are we really not going?" Xiao Chen held Lu Riyue's hand and smiled faintly. "There is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers." Competing in the saber, this was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless, no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chong and Xiao Qin both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiao Qin was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong Chong had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Qin. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Qin, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Qin would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. "Don't worry, just wait for my good news." Xiao Qin let go of Lu Riyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Riyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Lu Riyue watched Xiao Qin leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiao Qin first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years, he had completely surpassed her. Lu Riyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Qin barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong Chong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiao Qin is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever's saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiao Qin and Murong Chong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong Chong, believing that Xiao Qin would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win.